Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Vikings Playbook. And guess what? It's the NFL draft. And round one, we're going to be covering the entire NFL. So all 32 teams, we're going to be doing analyzation of all their picks, maybe their team needs and what they're going to be doing during the draft. But of course, we're going to have a focus on your Minnesota Vikings and the rest of the NFC North. So it's exciting. We're going to have a huge slate of guests for the show, and I'm hoping we can fit everyone in, but we're going to have Dustin Baker, Jason Harmon, Ryan Jones. We're going to have the Brohioan, D Woods from Skull State of Mind. Rap might be joining us over from Vocal Vike with the Purple Pocket Podcast. Vikings Gallerhorn's going to be joining us here early before the draft. Skull Doc, Ali Siddiqui from Purple PTSD. Mark Anderson's going to be joining me from the get-go. NFL Outdated, maybe giving his Bears opinion, is going to be joining us. Zoe from In the Zone, he's doing his own podcast too. So is D Woods and Rap, but all of them may try to jump in here too at some point. Eric Kinetic, as you may know him from X, he's going to be joining us tonight. And if he can, because he's live at the draft, but he might try to check in with us, and that is our Purple PTSD own and Heavy.com's Brevin Bain from the Social Network. So we got a jam-packed lineup for you guys tonight. I'm really excited for it, and I can't wait to get into it. Really exciting stuff, guys. With that, I'm going to go ahead and bring in with me Mark Anderson. Mark, he's BLDZ Purple, Bleeds Purple on X. You can go ahead and give him a follow as well, too. But Mark, how are we doing tonight? You excited for the draft?
I'm always excited for the draft. It's something fresh and new. It's like Christmas morning.
This is cool stuff. This is cool stuff. I appreciate everyone that's maybe following us, whether that be on X or whether that be on YouTube or on Facebook, as we're streaming on all three right now. This is really cool. I see Glenn Ritter in there. Hey, thanks for joining us, Cheryl. Yeah, we definitely got some players coming with us tonight, and we're going to be giving you, as much as we possibly can. If you have a mic and a camera and you want to jump on with us, I can send you a link, and you can even add some input and go back and forth with us as well. This is something really cool that I want to show you guys. Hold on one second. Now, if you're not already following Vikings Playbook, you need to. So on YouTube, if you're not, go and search for Vikes Playbook and go ahead and subscribe. Now, if you're a subscriber at Vikes Playbook, as I get up in followers, I think right now I'm currently at 83, continuing to build up as I started this new podcast on my own, building it up. But once I get to 250, I got something special for you guys. I'm going to be doing a giveaway on YouTube once I get to 250. And then after that, once I get to 400 and beyond, and I'm going to keep going, I'm going to have some cool giveaways during the season. And starting off at 250 is going to be this.
Jordan Addison.
That is a Jordan Addison, and if you can't see it, it is also a autographed jersey of Jordan Addison that is certified.
That is very cool.
So, if you're interested in a Jordan Addison autographed jersey and your favorite team in Purple's news all season long, what I need you to do is I need you to go to YouTube and go ahead and type in Vikes Playbook. Make sure that you're subscribing. And I'm not done. I have something else that's pretty cool that I'm going to be doing this season. Every time that I do a Vikings Playbook episode, I plan on doing a really cool giveaway. And with this giveaway, it's going to go to individuals that not only are subscribed, but it's going to be for people that are also active in the chat. starting tonight. So when we have a giveaway of a sort, it's going to be a contest. So you got to win for it. So what I plan on doing, and I'm going to test this out, and I might maneuver it a little bit, but I'm going to do a giveaway. So for example, and I'll give you a quick one right now, is if you were in the chat and I said, it could be what player or could be what team. I think what team is probably a little bit better. But if you guess the team of the player that comes out of this 1-of-1 pack, and this is a 1-of-1 card. If you guess the player that's in here, you get this card and I'll send it to you. And, it could be worth a lot. You never know. You never know what's going to come out of the pack. These are all sealed packs. I'm going to do, this one is a Leaf eclectic series, but I plan on doing all kinds of different ones, whether that be Donruss, Prism, some of the really high ones. Topps Chrome just came out, if I can get my hands on something like that too. And maybe even doing different cards and opening packs. And if you guessed the player that's in those, maybe if I have like a pack of cards of multiple cards. But what I plan on doing with like these 1-of-1, if you guess the team, you get that player. So kind of really cool giveaways that I plan on doing this season. So if you like to collect, whether it be cards or jerseys, or you're just a fan of the game, I think those are all really cool. Now, are we starting early? Absolutely we are, because there's some stuff that we want to cover as we lead up to the draft. Both Mark and I are going to be covering it as we lead up to the draft, but we're going to be joined throughout the entire draft by that lineup that you saw earlier. So again, Dustin Baker, he's Vikings territory editor that, we write together and talk to. He's been on our pod before. Jason Harmon, who's been on here before, that's with Score North as well too. Ryan Jones, you may have known from the Fantasy 15 podcast with Mark and I. And then the Brohioan, who's been on here before, Josh, will be joining us possibly after the Vikings pick for his reactions. D Wood, School State of Mind, might jump on with us as well. But again, he's got his own pod. So does Rap Vocal Vike with the Purple Pod. And Vikings Gallahorn's going to be joining us here leading up, I think, in about 20 minutes. He's going to be jumping on with Mark and I. Skull Doc's going to be on later. Ali Siddiqui from Purple PTSD is planning on trying to join us. Mark, as you know, NFL Outdated is going to try to join us. Zoe from In the Zone is going to try to join us. He's doing his own pod, but he's going to try to join with us as well too. Eric Kinetic, as you've seen last week, that was on with us. He did such a great job. I want him back again. And then Brevin Bain, as you know, also writes with me at purpleptsd.com. And then also he writes for heavy.com. And he's actually at the NFL draft right now. So he might be able to show us and give us some insight of what the environment's like, what's the feeling, is it, what's the vibe there in Pittsburgh. So really exciting stuff. Jealous of him getting to take it all in live. He's going to be cheering his heart out for the Minnesota Vikings when they get called. So it's really cool stuff. Like I said before, if you're not already following us, you can follow us on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok just by searching Vikings Playbook. But on YouTube, it's Vikes Playbook to search for us. So very cool stuff. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. I see you on there. Just Shepard, Nuke's in there. LMSO, so silly. All right. Yeah. So we could probably talk about this a little bit too. So I've seen the stuff on X already, and at least most of it's coming from Eagles Twitter, saying that a trade between the Vikings and the Eagles got leaked. And we talked about this last week when we had our podcast, and actually the last couple of weeks. Could it be possible that during the draft, Jonathan Grenard gets traded? And I think the Eagles have been the one team that's been most associated with Jonathan Grenard, and with losing Jalen Phillips on their team. That opens up some more roster space as far as in salary cap, as far as them to fit. But the problem is, and what has been with Jonathan Grenard, is he's wanted a bigger contract. And that's tough for a team that's not only going to have to pay the guy, but you have a player that you're also going to have to give up draft capital to get. So it's more than just having to pay him. And they got to weigh all that in. And what do the Vikings really want? You know, it may be out of the realm of possibility to get a first, but could we get a second or a third and a fourth for him? And is that enough? Mark, what are your thoughts on that?
I love John Grenard. I don't want to lose him. But there are times, he's been injured lately. So, if you can get a second round pick for him, I say go for it, because, I think he's on his last year. So we're probably going to lose him, at the end of next year. So bring him in. He's got a great pass rush. He's always disrupting the pocket, but sometimes he's coming in too fast and all you get is the one arm, right? You don't get the sack, you get the one arm. It's disrupting, but you know what? Get that second round pick and let's get another lineman in and use that pick on a lineman and not necessarily replace him, put him in defense, put him in the center, and upgrade the line that way. I'd be okay with it.
Now, Mark, you haven't done one of these with me before.
I haven't.
But I kind of want to do a mock draft with you before we kind of get in there too. I'd like to get that, and we might wait until Vikings Gallerhorn gets in here as well.
Okay.
And kind of go through, I think, all 32. And just for the first round. Just to kind of see what we think teams are going to do. And kind of take our best stab at how we think the night is going to go. Now, anything can happen in the draft. It's kind of really hard to project different trades that are going to happen. So, I'd like to kind of keep it without doing trades, just because, you don't know what's going to happen. And it's really hard to project what that looks like. So I'd like to keep it just as is, and we try to project basically where some of these players will go for all 32 teams. And we do want to make sure that we follow the story. So Jonathan Grenard, if a trade is out in the picture, we'll have to see. And you're right. Glenn Ritter says, I think he has 2 years left, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And you're right. He does have 2 years left on his contract.
My fault.
And kind of the issues that I've had with Jonathan Grenard asking for a new contract is the fact that, he only had 3 sacks last year. His pressure rate was 7th best in the NFL at 13.5, which is great. But the problem with that is you got to finish the sacks. You were injured. You only played in 12 games. And when you have still 2 years left on your deal, is that the right time when your team's dealing with salary cap issues to ask for a pay raise? It really put the Vikings in a tough position, and it makes it even more difficult with the kind of season he had last year and his injury for the Vikings to go out and try to get trade capital back for him and expect the team that's trying to take him to, pay the guy what he wants. And he's rumored to want Jalen Phillips type money, which is $30 million a year. He's currently averaging roughly around that 19 to 20 million a year, and he's getting paid as the 21st highest defensive end in the league. That's good. It's good. But we also have Andrew Van Ginkel on the team that's getting paid as the 15th highest paid edge, even more than him. Now, Andrew Van Ginkel is going to be 31 years of age. He was injury-ridden all last season, which was really tough. We really didn't get kind of a healthy Andrew Van Ginkel until later in that season. But, he's going to be 31. Jonathan Grenard's only 28 in his prime. We have no depth behind Andrew Van Ginkel and Dallas Turner if you do trade Grenard. So right now we only have Tyler Batty, Bo Richter. That's what you're looking like behind them. So are we going to be in a position if we do trade Jonathan Grenard where, we get the picks back to where we're able to draft somebody to maybe work into that rotation? That's something to think about. Glenn says, I think the shoulder was injured for most of the season, which is the reason for the lack of sacks. I don't know about the reason for the lack of sacks, but yeah, it definitely could have added to the, why he wasn't able to finish on some of those plays or just play to the best of his ability. Absolutely, that could be, and a lot of these guys, throughout the season. Almost every player is dealing with injuries. So how severe was that? I don't know. I really can't say how severe his shoulder injury was, but I think he's a great player. Like Mark said, I really don't want to lose him either. But if it's a situation where just he's going to force our hand, and we just can't afford it, and then the other part of that is, are we sure Dallas Turner is what we think he may be based on his 8 sacks last year?
I think he came around. I think he showed promise. Like I said, I love Grenard, but I think, is he standing in the way of Dallas taking over that role and adding that pressure rate and being able to be the every down player, right? Mm-hmm. You replace him. So don't give him away for nothing, but if you can get decent pick for him, I hate to see him go. I love watching him play, but I think Dallas can fill in for him.
Sure. Yeah. I definitely get that. It's just, is he ready to be that number one edge and fill those shoes and be able to give that kind of production? Or did we see a little bit of a mirage? There's still some talk of how he got some of those sacks, and I think every player has a little bit of that, so I don't want to put too much into that either. So we'll kind of see, and we're hoping that he can be that guy, of course. But I think if we were having to get rid of a player, an edge, and even though I absolutely love the guy, man, it's tough to think that the Vikings would want to get rid of a 28-year-old Jonathan Grenard versus a 31-year-old Andrew Van Ginkel, as far as how much time Andrew Van Ginkel has left compared to Grenard, as far as playing good football in purple. What are your thoughts on that, Mark?
I agree. I forgot he was only 28. I don't know why. I had him at 30 and Van Ginkel at 31. I don't know why in my head. One of those things like, oh yeah, you're right. He is 2 years younger. So that does make a little bit difference, but he's there. I think you've also got, with Brian Flores, you've got that relationship and that history with him that I don't see them just getting rid of him. I think they'll, personally, you get it, go for it, take that pick and go. But at the same time, I don't see him. I just don't see him leaving yet. I think they'll play it out. Personal opinion. The leak is out there, but I think they'll keep him unless they can get a couple of picks. But let's take a 2 and a 3.
From those of you that are in the chat right now, what are your questions? What are your burning questions that you have right now leading into the draft? Go ahead and throw a couple of those in the comments. Throw those at us, because I want to hear from you guys. I'm pumped up. I'm excited for the draft. I have different questions that I'm going to bring out throughout this stream. Hey, Kinetic, if you're ready to jump in now, you can go ahead and jump in now, brother. It's up to you. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and jump in with us. All right, thanks, Eric. Yeah, so that's Kinetic. So he's going to be joining us as well. He was on with us last week, and just, he's got some phenomenal knowledge too, and I just like his passion for the Minnesota Vikings and the knowledge that he brings too. So I think that's going to be a really good addition to this pod tonight, and just all the different voices that we have. So you're not just hearing myself talk or Mark talk and our opinions. You're going to be hearing various different ideas, analysis, disagreements about certain players, and I think that's great and healthy, because guess what? We don't always agree, and guess what? We don't all know what type of players these guys are going to be. We don't know. All right, Kinetic said he just walked in. All right, so he's going to be another 30 to 45 minutes, which is fine. In about 9 minutes here, roughly, I should have Vikings Gallahorn joining us, which is great. Chris is going to be joining us, so that's awesome. All right, so no problem, Kinetic. Don't worry about it. We'll get you once you get on, all right? I'll see you in the bottom. Just go ahead and join. Once I see you in the bottom, I'll add you to the screen. If you guys can't tell, I'm dealing with a little bit of a cold, so I'm sucking cough drops, and I'm sure my voice is going to be awesome by the end of this. The other thing I want to point out too, and I did mention before, I write for Purple PTSD. If you guys haven't checked out purpleptsd.com, they're a big supporter of this show. They actually stream the show on the website as well. But go ahead and check them out and check out all the great stuff that not only I'm writing, but all the other great writers at purpleptsd.com. Our sister website is vikingsterritory.com, which will be joined by that senior editor, Dustin Baker, later on tonight as well, too. So go ahead and check that out. Great stuff. Now, Mark, when we get to the draft and the different teams, because they like to take 10 minutes and, that way they can talk about, the Raiders are going to be on there first. They want them to talk about their team, right? So every team's going to take their 10 minutes, so it's going to be a longer night. But we're going to go ahead and give analysis on just what our thoughts are, outside opinion, because there could be individuals jumping on here that aren't just Vikings fans. There may be just football fans in general or fans of a different team, and I think that's great. But every single pick that happens tonight is going to have a trickle-down effect to the Minnesota Vikings when we get to 18 as far as who's available, best player available, BPA, for us once we get to that pick. And really just it's going to be, do we trade up or do we trade down? And me personally, I think there's a better chance of us trading down than trading up. And that's maybe even my preference, to be honest with you, is trading down and getting an additional day 2 pick in the 3rd or 4th round by trading down, or even the 2nd round. But if we did trade up for a player, Mark, is there any players that you kind of have in your mind that, hey, that would be a player that I would trade up for, that's worth giving up a lot of draft capital to go get?
I wouldn't go far, 3-4 picks maybe, but the tight end, Sadiq. Sorry,
Sadiq. Yep.
Yeah, I think he intrigues me. As Hawkinson's getting old. He's he hasn't had a couple of great years, et cetera, et cetera. I think Sadiq comes in. He's the blocker, and I think you can go do that. I wouldn't give up much, but I would go up 3 or 4 picks for him. That's just one that I'm kind of off the radar, right? The best player, he's not in the cornerback, the safety, the lineman that we're looking for. So I went kind of off the beaten path for one of those picks, just to throw it out there.
Yeah, and it's hard to say, what they're going to ask to go and trade up, but we need those picks. We need to get younger and better through the draft.
Yep.
And the only way to do that is to have good quality picks. We don't have a 4th round pick, so our day 1 and our day 2 picks, the 4 picks that we have right now, are going to be crucial to us being successful in the future and finding some starters on this team. Say, Chris, I see you down there. Just go ahead and give me a thumbs up once you think you're ready to jump on the pod. You might need to zoom in a little bit if you can, but just let me know once you think you're 100% ready, and then I'll go ahead and bring you on as well, too. Glenn Ritter had mentioned that they would need to add an edge if they trade Grenard, which I talked about, but he won't want more than 54, which is a rumored pick from the Eagles. I think 54 is great if we get Grenard, to be honest. Now, when you say I would want more than 54, I agree, but I think 54 is a good starting point for Grenard. Should he be worth the first? Yeah, we could say that. But I think the big thing is that they have to give up draft capital and they got to pay him. And I think that's what teams are struggling with, and that's why he has not been traded already to this point. It's been the return value hampered by the fact that they now have to negotiate a new deal with this player. So that's what makes this a little bit more difficult. But if we could get pick number 54, and then say a 5th rounder with that, Glenn, what would you think about that? Number 54, and then an additional 5th rounder, or even a 4th rounder. What would your What would your thoughts be on that? Glenn Ritter also says that Sadiq would help fill the number 3 wide receiver role. Yeah, I mean, he would help fill that option because, yeah, he's a fast guy. He runs a 4.3 as a tight end. He's a big dude that can run. But for Sadiq coming to this team, he can block as well. He's not just, and you're going to need to, because we don't have a CJ Ham. So if Sadiq somehow is the pick, TJ Hawkinson, he revised his deal. He's got 1 year left. So that changes things as well, too. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Chris, Vikings Gallerhorn, onto the stage as well. And if you don't know Chris and you haven't seen him on the show before, he was actually I think you were my first guest that I had on this show as well. So very cool. But I'm going to go ahead and bring Chris on here. If you're not already following him, he's TG Gallerhorn. So TGJ and then ALLARHORN1 on X. So T Gallerhorn 1 on X. Go ahead and give him a follow. He puts out some good content and huge Vikings fan. So thanks for joining us, Chris. We're going to go ahead and add you to the stage. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. Just chasing the 2-month-old around the house.
And I do see you, Ryan. Ryan, I see he just joined here in the background. I'm going to bring you on here in just a second. But Chris, tell us a little bit about what you're thinking for this draft, and what excites you, and maybe some of the questions that you have. Before you do that, hold on. Get back to Glenn Ritter. He says 54 and a 4 or 5 would be a solid return. All right, so Glenn, we're on the same page on that.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
This is the first draft I'm actually just excited about in a while, and I think it seems to be the general consensus on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it these days. A lot of people are excited with Kwesi gone, just to see how we're going to go about the draft, and are we going to go best player available? Are we going to go for need? I'm just excited in general. I do have my thoughts. I think if you follow me, I do think we're going to go D-line this year. I think we need it. If we go best player available, I wouldn't be mad about it. I know you guys were just talking about it with a tight end. I wouldn't be upset about that. It hasn't failed us in the past with Moss and Peterson. So, we'll see what happens.
Ryan, just so you're tracking, I'm just adjusting some cameras right now. That way I can fit you all nice in the shot. I want to make sure that you're looking pretty for everyone as well. So just give me a second with that.
While you're doing that, Chris, I agree with you. I would actually love to see more of a defensive line. Put somebody on that defense that we need. I'm a former lineman. That's where the games are won and lost. And put them in the trenches. Get them linemen in both sides of the ball. I think the offensive line is getting there. We've got some better than it has been for a while for the Vikings, but get that depth in there for the defensive line so they can rotate in and keep them fresh and keep the pressure on. I would absolutely love to see a defensive lineman on the team in the first round.
Definitely feels like a need, especially with Allen and Hargrove leaving. It's like,
yep.
They didn't address it in free agency, so we got to kind of see, which way they're going to go with that. And, I went with, McDonald as my pick, but, a year ago, Peter Woods would have been a top 10 pick, and this year people have him at the end of the first round. Some people say he could even be a second round pick. So like a talent like that, if he falls, you could easily see somebody trading back into the first round to grab him or trading up to grab him.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and add him in here. You may know him from the Fantasy 15 podcast with me. So Fantasy 15 Football, go ahead and check it out. That's the Fantasy Football website, fantasy15football.com, that Mark, Ryan, and I run. And, hey, we do a podcast that we're going to be picking it up as we get a little bit closer to the fantasy football season. You can check that out. Again, there's no www. It's just http://fantasy15football.com. Go ahead and check it out. We're going to have a full 2026 fantasy draft kit ready for you. We're working on an online ranking system as well right now. But then you can also check out a Fantasy 15 fan chat. Very cool stuff. You guys can not only talk to Ryan, Mark, or I and ask for our advice on who to sit, start, and trade, but you can also communicate and get feedback from other fantasy football managers, maybe start other leagues with them. And then we're also going to be doing a fantasy football league that's actually tied to the show. So if you're part of that fantasy league, your wins and losses may be public. So, it's going to be all fun and games. It's going to be fun and good spirits to do this. But if you're interested in joining that league, our first inaugural Fantasy 15 football league, we're also going to be doing a pick'em league as well. Please let me know. Send me a DM so I can add you to that and make sure that you have all the details to make sure that that's what works out for you. So with no further ado, check out Fantasy 15 Football and my co-host on the Fantasy 15 Football show, Ryan. Ryan, how we doing tonight?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Go ahead and change this here. There we go.
Whoa, why do I look like I'm in a cloud?
I think just the focus went out on you for a second.
Yeah.
The light behind you.
Skull Mafia, welcome. Appreciate it. Says, happy draft night. Let's go. We're pumped for that. I think what might be playing with it, Ryan, is your window open in the back. That might be messing with your camera.
Yeah.
All right. Hang on.
So thanks for joining us, Skull Mafia. Appreciate it. Glenn Ritter said, would you be okay if the BPA was an offensive tackle, potentially to replace O'Neal in the future? Well, I think a first question for that would be whether or not, and just let me know, Ryan, once you're ready to go. I'll take you off for a little bit until you're ready. Would be whether or not we think O'Neal's not going to re-sign with us or we don't want him. I think he's still a top tackle in the league. He's not too old as far as age goes for being a tackle. I think my bigger concern would maybe be, is Darisaw going to continue to be healthy?
Right.
Chris, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I was going to say, I forgot who it was, but somebody mocked him taking an offensive lineman in the first round at the 18 because of Darisaw and his health concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that I think that is truly, with the way they played it last year, I do think it truly is a concern. And we've heard O'Connell even say it already this year that they're going to be watching it again, watching his snap count, how he practices going into, the off season and how he recovers. And I think it truly is a concern.
It looks good, Ryan, by the way. That did fix it in the background. So just give me a thumbs up once you're ready. Oh, you're ready now. All right. Let's go ahead and bring Ryan back on. All right.
In HD.
Now, Mark, what's your input on that? So taking an offensive tackle in the first round, it could be something. I would more less like to go defense in this first round, myself personally, and then just, that could be a concern, but I don't think we need to replace that right now. But I think it could be something if we pick up some extra picks towards the end of the third or in the early fourth, if we gain a fourth round pick, where Markel Bell from Miami is somebody that we mocked last week in our Vikings Playbook podcast that we had, and that could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, I think it's not this year for an offensive tackle. We've got too many other needs out there.
You mean early?
Early, right?
Yep.
First round. No, best player at 18 tonight. No, would I be more than disappointed? Well, it depends, right? Still, my team is my team, but at the same time, it's like we got other needs that are higher priority than that tackle. Like you said, late day 2, early day 3. You look at BPA as an offensive tackle, then yeah, I think we could use that extra lineman in there because, like you said, that Darisaw could be on a snap count still. Then yeah, we need that body in there that can take over.
Right. Sorry, I'm just messing with my different layouts here.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Then the other side of that is, if we take a center instead in one of those day 2 picks, does Brandel move back out into a tackle spot as that utility knife, and then you've got a little bit of a backup that's somebody who's played, right? So if you're looking at those scenarios of, I don't think he would replace O'Neal, but enough to cover Darisaw this year.
Sure. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, I definitely don't think the first 2 rounds they're going to come close to addressing an offensive lineman. I mean, if an O lineman were to fall in the draft, who might be worth a pick, it'd probably be Fano, but I just don't see it happening. In the first round, that is, anyway. I think there's going to be too much talent available. I think you're going to see maybe Peter Woods there, or Sadiq from the tight end from Oregon. I could also see the Vikings maybe going cornerback if there's question marks with McCoy, there's question marks with Mansour, and I could see one of them falling into their lap. So I just, like, to back up what Mark was saying, I think yes, they can use help on the O-line, but I don't think it's a priority in the first or second round for sure. Absolutely, you always add O-linemen deeper in the draft because you never know. And O-linemen, there's so much technique involved. There's so much that you can teach an O-lineman who can become someone who's an everyday starter down the line. Once they really learn technique, because that's what the NFL is for. I mean, college athletes can have effectiveness on a D1 field, but once you get to the NFL, if you don't have technique, you're not going to succeed. So if you have someone who can adapt, take coaching, and then learn technique, they can develop into a really good offensive lineman. But you go ahead and you go get your athletes in the first and second round, the guys who are going to be difference makers on the football field. So no, I don't think you're going to see a surprise O-line pick in day 1, probably not day 2 either.
You're on mute.
You're mute.
Sorry, guys. So since we got 4 of you on here, I kind of want to do a mock draft of all 32 teams, and I think what would be pretty cool is if we alternated.
I like it.
Okay.
Let's go.
So, and I'm actually.
Let's just do the first round, though. 7 rounds, man. I got.
No, just the first round. No. Yeah. We don't got that kind of time, right? Let me just jump in here.
We're gonna need every team's needs,
right?
Yeah. I take Larry Oosthuizen out of Hofstra. It's like I know who that guy is.
All right, so
I'm going to take a future on that 6th grader out of Texas.
And hold on.
Are you gonna randomize who starts?
I am actually, but hold on. Before I do that, I need to fix this because I want to add you in here.
Pull up the big board behind me.
There you go.
All right. Hold on one second. I gotta. All right. Let me add this in here.
Wow. Just a close up of Steve's face right there. That should be the thumbnail for the podcast right there.
Right. Let me just, I'm going to modify this just a little bit. And I know it's going to cut you out, but don't worry. I'm going to add you back in.
It's okay. I'm not offended. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
As long as it plays nice here. All right. Now let me add you in, Ryan. Ryan,
what do you guys think?
How's the new job going?
Oh, it's going great, man. It's going great. I mean, I feel, I don't know, more energized. I've lost like 30 pounds. My family is happier. I have more time at home. So it's
That's
great.
all good stuff, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, less stress. Sort of, I guess, kind of.
Different stress.
Different stress.
Different.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I think that will be a good fit.
You guys think Love goes top 5?
I do.
Yeah.
I do as well. Okay, and now let me just fix this. Good there.
I was going to tell you where I think he'd go, but I don't know which of the top 4 picks I have. So I don't want to telegraph my pick if somebody's picking in front of me.
All right, so let me do a wheel of names. We'll just do that, and we'll go Steve, Brian, Mark, and Chris. We're going to shuffle. And let me share my screen here so you guys can see that I'm doing this legit.
Dude, it's all good. We trust you.
How much money's on the line if we get our pick right?
The wheel of names. All right, so the first pick will be, this will be the order. Ryan, you get the really tough number 1 pick.
Oh, wow.
So you will be the first one in the order.
There goes Jeremiah Love.
No, I don't like him in the top 5.
To follow that up, let's see who gets to be next. It looks like Chris.
Are we supposed to be seeing this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you not?
No, we got the black screen.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sorry.
There it is.
There we go.
Sorry, I apologize. I thought you guys were following along with me.
No,
All right.
we just trust you that much.
So I can redo it if we need to. All right.
No.
So it's Ryan number 1.
No.
It's Chris number 2. It's between Mark and I as far as who goes number 3 and gets sniped, maybe by Chris. It's gonna be Mark.
Geez, applause and everything.
Yeah. Well, it looks like I'm gonna be the last one. I guess we can remove it. I can spin it if I want to, but it's.
You didn't get it.
You know, I just want the applause.
We should have put like a 1%
Yeah,
chance
there we
of
go.
like Steve has to sit out and then.
Actually, yeah.
No.
So let me ask this in for you guys that are out there. Should we add a 5th pick in here to where you guys get to pick?
What do you mean?
Is there anyone out there that wants to
Anyone
be
in
the
the
5th
chat?
picker? Glenn? Skull? Does anyone want to be the 5th person to pick?
All right, Bueller.
All right. We'll just keep it with us 4. That's the order that we have. Oh, no, Glenn says he'll be 5.
All
He says,
right.
sure,
All
I'll
right.
be 5. All right, Glenn.
Let's
If
do
you're
it,
number
Glenn.
5, you get to follow me. And then after Glenn, we'll go right back to our number 1, which was Ryan. All right, so hold
Nice.
on. Let me just go ahead and share screen.
Glenn kind of got defaulted to number 5. He didn't even get a shot.
He
this
did.
time.
We should have wheeled him as well.
Sorry.
Well, he gets the
Glenn.
pick for the Giants
Glenn.
back to back.
All right,
All right. Go ahead. I get 8
Sean.
minutes.
Thanks for joining
Yeah.
us, Sean. Appreciate that. It's going well. All right, so we're getting into our mock draft. Glenn, you're number 5. It's gonna go Ryan, Chris, Mark, myself, Steve, And then Glenn Ritter, one of our fans that's in the comments on YouTube, he's going to be our number 5 picker. We're going to draft for all 32 teams in the first round. This is just how we think it may go, and it's going to give us at least somewhat of a picture as far as what's going to happen. And again, we're not experts. We don't know how they're going to draft, but first up is the Raiders. Their needs: quarterback, wide receiver, going to be tackle, inside defensive tackle, and a safety. So we're going to go ahead and start the draft. We're not doing any trades throughout this. We want you guys to pick where you're at, okay? The only one that I'll allow a trade if we need to is whoever's picking for the Vikings.
Oh, that's the only one?
That's the only one because, let's be honest. I don't know if we're as tied in to all these other teams to be able to make a legitimate trade for them.
All right.
So you're up, Ryan.
Am I on the clock? Am I on the clock?
We should set a clock, right?
Just kidding. I don't know what to do here. I can't trade it. I guess I will go with Fernando Mendoza.
And try to go with who you think they're going to take. And we'll do as best we possibly can. Try to help each other out as far as what we've been hearing. Now, I have heard things as far as the Saints, and I forget who the other team was, that's rumored to also trade up in this draft. But the Saints are one of them. I think the Chiefs were the other one.
Can I get Vontae Mack?
No matter what, right?
No matter what.
All right, so that means pick number 2. Chris, you are the Jets. You are on the clock.
And here's the first big question mark. Are they going to go Arvell Reese, or are they going to go Bailey here? I'm a big Ohio State fan, so I'm going to go with what I think the Jets are going to do, and I'm going to go with David Bailey.
David Bailey. So if you're looking at different mock drafts as far as who they go with, and a lot of people are saying that now David Bailey has moved up into that spot. He's a Texas Tech edge and a senior. So he played all 4 years. He's not just a young kid that's jumping to the NFL. This kid can play. So with that, we're going to go ahead and draft David Bailey. As soon as I can find him, there he is. Okay, so David Bailey, Fernando Mendoza on the clock. Pick number 3. Mark, you are on the clock for the Arizona Cardinals.
I do like Love. He would be very intriguing at this spot if I'm Arizona and on the clock. You look at kind of what they've lost, but based on Bailey going there, I got to go with Reese.
Yeah, and that is who is rumored to go there is Arvell Reese. And, unless for some reason, they did bring in, and I'm spacing out on his name right now, at the running back position this year from the Falcons, the backup running back from the Falcons. They signed him to a 2-year, I believe $6 million
Algier
per year. Algier, there you go. Tyler Algier, they brought on. So, Arvell Reese, he's the likely pick, but you never know. If they think that Jeremiah Love, which largely people think is the best player in this draft, they could switch it up, surprise everyone, and take Love here. But Mark's picking. He's the GM. He says Arvell Reese, and I think that you're probably right. So Arvell Reese is off the board at number 3. On the clock for the Tennessee Titans is myself. Jeremiah Love. He's on the clock. He's here. Man, it's tough. When I take a look at him, I really think that Sonny Styles is a hot pick to go to the Tennessee Titans. He's been rumored and tied to that team. But if I'm the Tennessee Titans, BPA, I got to be thinking I really like what Jeremiah Love could bring to that team. I really want to help out, the future of the run game. And I know that they have a decent running back there. I do get that. But Jeremiah Love could be the future for that team. So if I'm the Tennessee Titans, I like Sonny Styles or I like Jeremiah Love. I don't want to see Jeremiah Love go and I miss out on him. You look at teams that have done that in the past and regretted it. See, like the best player that we thought in the draft, we didn't need a running back at the time that we drafted Adrian Peterson. But we drafted best player available, and look how that turned out. So if I'm the Tennessee Titans, I want somebody who's going to be polarizing, who's going to be a star, and I think they go with Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
And with that, on
there
the clock,
he goes.
at number 5. At number 5 is the New York Giants and our fan in the stands, Glenn Ritter. You're on the clock, Glenn. Glenn also says, LOL, Vontae Mack.
He was already taken. You can't have him.
So, Glenn, let me know if you need me to zoom in more or if you're having trouble seeing the screen as far as who's available right now. A lot of individuals had Jeremiah Love also mocked to the New York Giants here. But, it depends where you're looking. Also rumored the New York Giants really like Jordan Tyson. That's been another name that's been tied to the New York Giants. So definitely some different names in there. And, of course, Sonny Styles is staring him right in the face. Glenn Ritter says, I think John Harbaugh will select linebacker Sonny Styles. Glenn Ritter, is that your final selection? Is that what you're submitting to the commissioner?
I
Just need you to confirm that's who you want, Glenn. Go ahead and throw in the chat.
Yep.
At the number 5 pick, the New York Giants and Glenn Ritter select Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back to the Cleveland Browns at pick number 6. We start back in our order, and this is going to be the pick for Ryan. Ryan,
Yeah.
you got Reuben Bain Jr., Francis Mariga, Caleb Downs, Mansour Delane, Carnell Tate, Dylan Thieneman. That's kind of the top of kind of what you're looking at right now. A lot of individuals also have Spencer Fano, also potentially rumored to the Browns here, giving young Shedeur Sanders, we'll see what happens at the quarterback situation there, but giving him a little bit more protection. And
Right.
Spencer Fano has been widely the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do think they'll probably go tackle here. I think the guy out of Miami is the better pick. I think he's a better tackle. Now, does Cleveland think that? I don't know. So,
Go
Yeah,
the
but
opposite because it's Cleveland.
I'm going to go with Francis Mayoga.
All right. That's the pick. Francis Mariga, tackle out of Miami, is off the board. Pick number 7, Washington Commanders. On the clock is Chris.
All right. I was sizing this one up, and I'm torn here between wide receiver and safety.
Jordan Tyson could be an intriguing pick here. You do have an aging Terry McLaurin. That really is the only key weapon in that offense right now. You have an aging Zach Ertz as well. That's part of that team. So do they try to find a future wide receiver one that can be, maybe brought up and slowly developed to be the new number 1 for that team and for their young quarterback?
I know, but can you pass up on a talent like Caleb Downs sitting there?
Very, very true as well. Carnell Tate is also a rumored pick here. There are a lot of individuals that think that they really like a receiver at this spot.
Along with
Mansour Delane is another popular pick for them as well.
who's wide receiver 2 there right now? Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough to pass on. I'm going to have to say Tate. I'm going to go with Tate on this one. Cardinal Tate.
Okay. Carnell Tate is going to be off the board.
And just like most of my fantasy drafts, I get sniped on the guy I was waiting for and would hope to drop to me.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at what the Saints have done. Olave was a potential rumored trade candidate this offseason. And we also take a look at what they did. They shipped off Rashid Shaheed. So their number 2 wide receiver is gone. What did they do in this spot? So one of the popular picks is Jordan Tyson, again, still on the board if there's a run on wide receivers. Some like Jordan Tyson more than they like Carnell Tate. You got Mansour Delane still on the board. And if we take a look at the needs for them, is they need a wide receiver, they need a defensive lineman, and a linebacker. I'm not seeing any linebackers currently on the board or defensive linemen that are key for this spot, except for Ruben Bain Jr.
Yeah, I am going to go with Jordan Tyson. I figured I couldn't lose with either one of those receivers, so I'll take Tyson.
And, Mekhi Lemon's there, but there are a lot of people, and sneaky pick being here is Jordan Tyson has moved up the draft board. Some expect him to go in the top 10, if not to the Giants. Possibly as far as 7, even to the Commanders, or if he slips past them, the Giants, who have another pick at 10, could be another candidate. But Jordan Tyson is now off the board, and now your Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock at pick 9. I will be picking for the Chiefs, and Francis Mariaga is off the board, so that's not an option for them. So I'll have to look at a different option for the Chiefs. All right. I like the opportunity. They need a wide receiver. They need an edge. They need a DB. Just looking at this board, I think it's hard for them to pass on a Ruben Bain Jr. or a Caleb Downs in this situation. I really think that they're going to go ahead and take Mansour Delane here at pick 9. Who's left on the board? I like Mansour Delane. That's who I'm going to go with at 9 for the Kansas City Chiefs. And with that, Glenn Ritter, our fan in the stands, you're on the clock. He's on YouTube. You're on the clock for the New York Giants. Their needs are wide receiver, guard, linebacker, and safety. And Caleb Downs has been an individual that has been rumored to them. Dylan Thieneman is also there. Ruben Bain. Guard has been another one that they need. Ione is on the board a little bit farther, but is this too early to take somebody like that? Glenn, what are we thinking? Glenn said, I wanted to go with Tyson, but I'll go with Caleb Downs to add to their defense. I like that pick, and I think that you're 100% if Caleb Downs, if they already have secured a wide receiver, then yeah, I think that is the pick. And if we take a look at the picks that we had, they already picked up Sonny Styles, so they have their linebacker, and they already saw 2 of the top wide receivers go off the board. I don't know if they like Mekhi Lemon that much to take him at 10. So I like your pick of Caleb Downs, who has been rumored to be liked by the Giants. So Caleb Downs is now off the board.
I will say, I'll just add to the Giants' number 10 pick. I feel confident that they're going to trade down out of that particular spot.
Absolutely could.
Yeah.
Absolutely could, especially if the board falls like that.
Yeah.
But it depends how far back and who's willing to trade up. But if Ruben Bain Jr. is still there, Thieneman's still there, and Mansour Delane's still there, there's going to be teams.
There's going to be some crazy offers.
Caleb Down, yeah. There's going to be some teams that want him. So on the clock is Ryan again with Miami Dolphins on the clock. Their needs are wide receiver. Again, wide receiver. They don't have Tyreek Hill. There was rumored, at least, that they were possibly going to lose Jalen as well from their team. But they need a wide receiver, a guard, and a DB.
Well, I'll just say, new
Ruben
coach
Bain
in
Jr.
town,
has been mocked before.
new coach in town, new GM in town. All of them will lose their jobs if Ruben Bain Jr. is still there in Miami and they do not take it. I want to tell you, it has to be Bain here. If you're a Dolphins fan and Bain's there,
University of Miami,
available
Miami Dolphins
at 11, there's no way. They're going to ask for the entire organization to be fired again if they don't take Bain and he's there. So, as someone who lives in South Florida and goes to Hurricanes games, it's going to be Bain. If he's available at 11, Dolphins are taking him.
Absolutely. Hey, Jackus Shayland, thanks for joining us as well too. Appreciate it. I'll get to your post that you have there as well, and we'll bring that up here in a little bit as we get to that player. All right, so Ruben Bain Jr. off the board. We go to Chris with the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones.
Oh boy.
Defensive tackle, linebacker, and cornerback are the positions of need. And Jerry Jones sometimes likes to live on the flashy side of things. Now, there has been talk that Jerry Jones could like Dylan Thieneman here as well. And
did see that mocked a few different times.
Caleb Downs was but he's off the board. They like Downs. He's another person that could be there, but again, he's not on the board. So what does Dallas do? They could be a candidate to trade up as well, too.
Mm-hmm. It's probably a little bit early, and I know he has red flags, but I'm going to base this on their needs, and I'm going to go with Jermod McCoy.
Okay,
I can see that. I can see that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they don't have Trayvon Diggs anymore, but they shipped off towards the end of the season. And absolutely, he kind of fell off from where he was. I mean, he was on fire there early in his career, and just seems like he fell off really quickly. Didn't see much from him with the Packers, and just kind of crazy. So Jermod McCoy, even with the injury concerns, Dallas is picking him up here, and the LA Rams on the clock for Mark. They need a wide receiver, tackle, linebacker. Now, you might be thinking, wide receiver? They got Devontae Adams and they got Puka Nacua. Well, they were looking to trade Devontae Adams. He's getting a little bit older, even though he's a huge red zone threat, as we saw last season. They were rumored to be trying to look for a trade partner there. So they could be looking for a new wide receiver to bring into the fold. But tackle, linebacker, are the positions with Spencer Fano and Monroe Freeling here. Those could be key spots for them to pick up here. Mekhi Lemon is also there.
Yeah. Don't forget Puka needed rehab, so
Yes, there is that. So as much as I want to take Fano here to fill that tackle spot and protect Stafford, I'm going to go with Mekhi Lemon just to keep him in LA. Very much like the Ruben Bain, keep him in Miami, keep him in LA, and give Stafford that one more receiver and start replacing, with, like you said, with Adams and Nacua. Nacua with who knows if he's going to get in trouble or any things coming down. That's my pick is Lemon.
Yeah,
right.
if Lemon falls to LA and at the end of the season, everyone's going to be saying, how did everyone pass on Lemon? Because he was in a McVay offense the whole year playing with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. It's like,
exactly.
All right. So I get the opportunity of being the Baltimore Ravens now on the board. And I think this is interesting for them. They're getting a little bit older, especially at the tight end position. They lost one of their tight ends. They like their tight ends. So I actually think that they're going to go Kenyon Sadiq here.
Do you like
no
your tight
Isaiah
ends,
Likely anymore? And yeah, they like their
Mhm.
tight ends. So I think this is actually the spot where we could see Kenyon Sadiq go off the board. So that's who I'm picking. Kenyon Sadiq going off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. Thoughts on that?
Hey,
Quick?
I'm in Florida. I also love tight ends. Greg Olson. I mean, Jimmy Graham. There's so many tight ends in Florida.
Football.
Everywhere you go.
Football, folks. All right. So we're going with pick 15. Glenn, you are on the clock as the Tampa Bay, also in Florida. But they also need a tight end. Tight end, guard, edge, linebacker are their key needs. But again, they could always choose to go with BPA, a common individual that's mocked to Tampa Bay around this spot. You know, it kind of depends. You know, if the board falls the way that it is right now, I think Tampa Bay is probably looking at someone like Kenyon Sadiq. If he were to slip just another spot, I think that's another playmaker that they're going to be looking for. Mike Evans is gone now too, but Ione could be somebody there. They need a guard. Ione is sitting there from Penn State. He could be a selection as well. What are your thoughts, Glenn, as far as what you want to do at that spot? Sadiq's off the board for them. They got sniped. They could be looking to trade back. That could be an option for them as well. But Glenn says they choose Vega, Ione, guard out of Penn State.
Yeah.
Ione's gone off the board. Thoughts, guys?
They had so many O-line injuries and issues last year. I think that's a great pick for the Bucs. When Baker has time and when Baker is protected, he's shown to be someone who frankly could probably be an MVP candidate. So
Now, the New York Jets. It's back to you, Ryan. The New York Jets are on the board, and they need playmakers too. And we just saw all three wide receivers go off the board. We saw Kenyon Sadiq go off the board. They need a quarterback. They need a wide receiver. They need an edge. They need a quarterback.
Yeah.
The Jets got a lot of needs. But
yeah, I mean, I could see a situation where like we actually see a Ty Simpson going here to the Jets. But with the head coach being a defensive guy, and he loves to drop some crazy disguises, and the fact that the Jets were the first team in NFL history to record interceptions in a year. 0 interceptions in a full season. They're going to get someone who can fly around in the secondary and make some plays. And if Dylan Thinaman's there, they're going to take him. So I got to go with Dylan.
All right. So Dylan Thinaman's going to go off the board to the Jets. And I just want to add this in. I think you're right. With the Jets could be we could see a situation where like Omar Cooper Jr. goes early because there was a run on playmakers. And after Omar Cooper Jr., and you could say Casey Conception as well, there's definitely a fall off on the wide receivers, at least on that top tier. But you could see that happen as well too. But BPA, they could be seeing, hey, Dylan Thieneman, that's who I want to go with. Lions, you're on the clock. Chris, they need a tackle, a defensive lineman, and a linebacker. Spencer Fano, Monroe Freeling, C.J. Allen, Akeem Mesidor, Manuel McNeil-Warren, Kendrick Folt, Avion Terrell, Omar Cooper, Blake. That's kind of what the board looks like.
I think you go Fano here. I don't think you think about it. Grab your tackle, take them and go.
I think that's too convenient for them. I mean, I'd hate to see the Lions getting Spencer Fano here at 17.
Same. Yeah,
but that's obviously just too convenient for them. I agree with you. I think that's a slam dunk pick. And, I don't think it doesn't snipe us, and that's a fear, but we did see Thieneman go off the board. So now at pick number 18, we have your Minnesota Vikings and Mark picking for the Minnesota Vikings in purple. Now, again, the rules here
I would hate
can trade
this board.
back. if you need to.
Yes.
But yeah, some of the top picks that have been rumored, and just real quick, I'm going to throw it up here for a picture for you guys. You know, I put out this post, you know, who do the Vikings go with? Oh, I need to get rid of Glenn's comment there. Sorry about that. Barber Fade Up. Hey, thanks for joining us. He says, "Skull fellas, appreciate that." Yeah, and Jackie said,
Hey, Bart.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was gonna say, Barber Fade Up. I assume you're Barber. Fellas, hats off. Rank our updos 1 to 4. Let's go. Rank the hair 1 to 4.
All right, so I got a hat on, so I guess I'm cheating. So is Chris. But all right, so Jack has said GM supposedly don't like paying safeties first round money. You know, that's why Thieneman will get to 18. We'll see. And he also says it'll be close if Dylan gets there, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how the board falls, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this ends up working out for your Minnesota Vikings, for sure. All right, back to the picks, and back to the Minnesota Vikings. You can trade if you want to. Pittsburgh Steelers are looking for a trade here, and so are the Cleveland Browns. That's pick 21 and 24 that are looking to potentially trade. So there is a trade back scenario here with the rules that we set. At least the Vikings are available to trade back or trade up if you needed to.
If the board falls this way, I'm more than happy if the Vikings do trade back a little bit. Like you said, go down to 21 for Pittsburgh. Let those three picks go down.
Okay.
I would
probably. We want 21, and we can maybe get 76 out of it.
Yeah, I think that's what I would.
Trade is accepted. All right, now let me. There we go.
So the question is, yeah.
All right, so now they're on the clock, and because they did that, Mark, now you got to pick for the Steelers,
right?
So
that's what I was afraid of, but
you made your own bet.
I know.
All right, so let's look at what the Steelers have. So they need a quarterback as well because they don't know what Aaron Rodgers is doing, right? But they have Will Howard that they are thinking could be the future for them. So I don't think that they're a quarterback team here. Running back, I don't think that's viable, but that's a need for them. They need a guard and they need a tackle, and Monroe Freeling is here. That could be a pick for them or a best player available.
Yeah, I would take. I'm between. I know it's a stretch, the Ty Simpson pick here, but I think I'll go Freeling tackle.
Okay, Monroe Freeling is off the board. I get to pick for your Carolina Panthers, and they need a wide receiver as well, a tight end, a center, and an inside defensive lineman. Oof. I got to go with best player available here. You know, and ultimately I was a little bit critical. I know Skoldock was doing this, and when I look at that team, they already have 3 decent wide receivers on the team with Ted McMillan, Carr, and then also Leggett. But Coker, not Carter. But with those 3 wide receivers, you know, Coker's really came along, kind of developed himself into a nice little number 2, and I don't know if they're willing to give up yet on Leggett. But do they? You know, tell me if this sounds right. Would they actually take Omar Cooper Jr. if he's here? And I think BPA, they might do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and maybe they try to deal Leggett.
I mean, I could definitely see it. I could see him take the dude from A&M too.
Mm-hmm.
What
Casey's Concepcion?
Concepcion.
I'm going to go Omar Cooper Jr. here. I just think he's the best player that's on the board as well for the needs that they have. I think he's the best player that's on there.
Yeah.
As far that meets their needs. So Omar Cooper Jr. is going to go off the board to the Panthers, which really, you know, they don't know what they're going to do at at Dallas, because they like their playmakers, but they need a defensive inside guy, a linebacker, a cornerback as well. And Dallas has already taken a corner, so they don't need a corner anymore because they took Jermon McCoy. So they're on the clock again, and that means, Glenn, you are the Dallas Cowboys. Doogie, thanks for joining us. He says Skol. I like that. Jacaz is also saying that you should have traded back for EMW. I think he's talking to you, Mark.
Yep. That's if
may,
I could pick at 21.
He may have.
Well,
He may have.
All right, Glenn has finalized his pick as well. The Cowboys with the 20th pick in the NFL draft with Glenn as GM. Your Jerry Jones says Cowboys select C.J. Allen out of Georgia.
Beast.
All right, C.J. Allen is off the board. And on the clock, that means, Ryan, you now get to pick for the Minnesota Vikings at pick number 21. Different board looking here. You got Mesidor, Warren is there, Falk, Terrell, Howell. You still got Caden McDonald, Caleb Banks, Peter Woods, Colton Hood. You got options.
I got a lot of options. Well, I'll be honest. I don't like EMW as much as everyone else, but I do. You can take the third best safety in the draft, or you could take the best defensive tackle in the draft in McDonald. And I'm kind of torn in what I want to do there. If I'm the Vikings, and nobody wants to trade with us, so I think, man, I don't know. I like McDonald a lot, and I feel like the Vikings really need help on the interior defensive line. They definitely need help in the secondary too, though. All right, I don't want to piss everyone off, so let's just take McNeil. Let's just take the safety.
All right, so that's what we're going to do. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to add you in, Eric. I see that you just joined. Sorry, Eric Kinetic has joined. I'm just modifying some cameras here so I can put him in here.
I wouldn't be mad if they ended up with McDonald at pick 21, 22, 23, somewhere like that. Like I wouldn't be mad at all.
So if I'm Philadelphia, I may look at moving up for him.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I like Mesidor a ton too. He was so fun to watch last year. It helps when you're playing across from Ruben Bain.
Right. And that's just with Philly needing an edge. That could be another trade up. Vikings trade back a little more, but
all right.
An edge well could be a need. I mean, if they do move Grenard, which seems to be the consensus.
So Emmanuel McNeil Warren is who is off the board for your Minnesota Vikings at pick 21.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Ryan, you're done. Chris, you're up for the Chargers. And they need a wide receiver, a guard, a defensive tackle, and a safety. And we just saw a run on wide receivers. Casey Conception's still there. As far as guards go, there's not a top guard that's available right now, but there is still defensive tackles like Caleb Banks, Peter Woods, Caden McDonald available on the inside. And then other than that, I don't think there's another safety that they would be looking at this high. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to go McNeil there, but so I'm going to have to go McDonald.
All right, Caden McDonald is off the board for the San Diego Chargers. All right, so we got 9 minutes before the draft starts here, so we got to pick it up just a little bit, and that part of that's probably my fault. So let's go, Mark. You're on the
Messidor.
clock with the Eagles.
I'll take Messidor. I'm running up to the podium fast.
All right. And Cleveland Browns, this is really easy for me. They picked Mayoga here, but this is a no-brainer for me. They're picking Casey Concepcion here. They need another wide receiver in Cleveland and another weapon. On the clock is the Bears, and we're to Glenn Ritter. They need a center, not happening here, but they need a defensive lineman and a safety. Safety's got run on, but defensive line, you still have Caleb Banks, and you still have Peter Woods that's available at this position. Glenn Ritter, a fan in the stands. You are on the clock for the Chicago Bears. Even though this pains you, Glenn, you got to make a pick for the Bears.
A punter?
Yeah.
Glenn Ritter says Peter Woods, Clemson is who he's going with here at this spot for the Chicago Bears. All right. Peter Woods off the board. Back to Ryan for the Buffalo Bills. They need a guard, inside defensive guy, linebacker, and a safety. And again, guards, safeties, not really, probably not happening here. But a linebacker or a inside defensive guy could be the option here for the Buffalo Bills. What do you think, Ryan?
Man.
You still got Caleb Banks that's on the board. They could go down for Pregnon.
If I could suggest something here, I think this might be a spot where you might see someone reach for Jacob Rodriguez at the back end of the first round.
Yeah.
I think maybe Jacob Rodriguez. I could also see them take a wide receiver here. To be honest with you,
I agree.
Didn't
mean to interrupt. I just
no. You're good. You're good.
Whatever, dude.
You're Eric, I appreciate you joining us. We were just in the middle, and we did.
You're good. You're good.
We kind of did a spin the wheel to see who would pick. So we're trying to stay true to our order here. Keldrick Falk has been mocked here for the Buffalo Bills. So that could be an option where they see him not slipping.
Very, very raw.
Remember, though, that they are changing over to a 3-4.
Yeah.
They're changing over to a 3-4, and he would fit as a 3-4 ed. And
yeah, he certainly would. Although he hasn't been known to drop in coverage very well. If you need him to, I don't know. Well, I think they go wide receiver and take Boston out of Washington.
Is that your final selection?
Yep.
All right, Buffalo Bills adding another weapon.
We know the owner doesn't like their wide receiver they got.
Well, I mean, they did get DJ Moore, so
yeah.
They upgraded a little bit this offseason, but they lost Diggs. So I mean, is that an upgrade or So they take a wide receiver here. We go to Chris. He's a San Francisco 49ers on the clock. We got 6 minutes to get this over with. San Francisco on the clock. Chris, they need guard, tackle, edge, safety.
I'm gonna take Falk here.
Falk off the board. Mark, you're on the board. On the clock for the Texans. They need a running back, center, guard, or an inside defensive guy.
I will take Pregnon. Still in that offensive line.
Okay, I'm on the board for the Chiefs. I don't think the Chiefs are going to let Cassius Howell get off the board here. I think Cassius Howell is probably who they're going to go with here at this spot, or Avian Terrell. I guess I do see that. Actually, I'm going to go with Avian Terrell here. The Chiefs.
Yeah.
They're not going to let Avian Terrell, and they just lost their star corner, so I like Terrell here. Sorry. All right, Glenn Ritter, you're the Miami Dolphins. You're on the clock. They need a wide receiver, guard, or a defensive back. And we just saw a top guard go off the board. Colton Hood is available here this high. And that's kind of the top for those positions. Otherwise, guard, you're reaching down to Chase Besantis quite a bit farther, if that's where you're looking
Proctor's
to go.
Also been projected to probably move into guard as well.
Okay, there you go. Caden Proctor could be an option for him here as well, too. Glenn Ritter says Colton Hood is who he wants to go with. All right, Colton Hood going to the Miami Dolphins. We are back to Ryan. New England Patriots tackle, defensive lineman, and linebacker is who they're looking for. What are your thoughts, Ryan?
I think they'll probably go O-line here. They definitely could have used some O-line help. They traded away their center, who we all know so well. So I'll go Blake Miller.
Okay, Blake
Tackle.
Miller out of Clemson is off the board. On to the last pick, Seattle
I could see him
Seahawks,
take the guard too.
your Super Bowl champions from last year. Seattle Seahawks, they need a running back. They lost, obviously, Walker the third. Charbonnet's hurt. They also need an edge and a DB.
There's no running backs, no DBs coming up, so it's between Howell and Parker here. I'm gonna go Howell.
Okay, Cassius Howell is off the board. Let's take a look with him. Take a look at all of our picks and do a quick recap. And I don't know how well I'll zoom in this way. We had Fernando Mendoza go off early at number 1. David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Love, Sonny Styles, Mayoga, Tate, Tyson, Delane, Downs, Bain, McCoy, Lemon, Sadiq, Ione, Thieneman to the Jets. And then Fano to the Lions, Freeling to the Steelers, Cooper going to the Panthers. And at 18, we traded with the Steelers to move back a couple spots. CJ Allen to the Cowboys, and then Ryan decided to select Emmanuel McNeil Warren for the Minnesota Vikings at 21. Caden McDonald goes to the Chargers, Mesidor to the Eagles, Conception, Woods, Boston, Falk, and Woods went to the Chicago Bears. I'd hate that. Falk to San Fran, Pregnon, Terrell, who's also been mocked to the Vikings, goes to the Chiefs, Hood to Miami, Miller to New England, and then Howell rounding it out to the Seahawks. I'm going to take a quick snapshot to see how many of these we actually hit.
Oh boy!
So let me just quickly.
That'll be great.
Save it.
I gotta fall off, fellas.
All right, no, that's all.
See you,
good.
Ryan.
Thanks for joining us, Ryan. Definitely appreciate it. Again, you can see Ryan
Take care,
on
Ryan.
the Fantasy 15 podcast, and check out the website fantasy15football.com, where Ryan, Mark, and I are running that website and keeping you up to date on all fantasy football and helping you this coming fantasy football season. So
Skull
go ahead
baby.
and check that out.
Let's go.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Have a good night.
Later.
All right, let's switch back down to 4. Let's get rid of this screen here. And there we go. All right. Guys, we are 1 minute away to the NFL draft, all right? So, pretty exciting stuff. I got in the background. You guys can kind of hear it here. I got in the background on NFL.com. When I see the commissioner walking up to the podium, I'll make sure that I turn up the volume a little bit. That way we can maybe hear some of these first-round picks as we get a little bit closer to it. But, guys, are you excited for the draft? Eric, I'm going to go to you first because we haven't talked to you so much. I had you on last week. You were amazing. I'm glad to have you on again. How do we do it tonight? And what are your initial thoughts coming into the draft, especially for your Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, so I'm excited. I love the draft. I love draft season. I love mock draft season. It's one of my favorite parts of being a football fan. So I'm really excited tonight. But I'll be honest, my level of trust in Vikings leadership and Kevin O'Connell right now is not very high. I am not super confident that they're going to do well tonight. I'm hopeful they will, but they gotta earn my trust back, and right now I'm a little trepidatious about it.
You're on mute. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna step away for just a minute, Steve.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Go ahead. I'll pull you off here, Mark.
Perfect.
There we go. I just had to adjust him, and I'm just fixing our order. So, Chris, if you and Eric want to kind of take the show for a hot second here, I'm just going to finish out this draft order so we have a ticker below as picks are coming out. I can update this.
Sure. Nice to meet you, Chris. I'm pretty sure I've seen you on some podcasts over the last year or so.
Yeah, I try to jump on here and there. Not as much as I would like, but
Yeah. I don't know. Who are you? If everything falls right, who is your preferred pick at 18? Realistic. Obviously, it's not going to be like Jeremiah Love or something like that. Do you prefer trading back?
I'd like to see them go with Caden McDonald. Now at 18, it probably would be a little bit early, so I'd like to see him drop back and address the D-line. That would be my preferred pick. So okay. How about you?
I mean, the guy that I like the most in this draft, I don't think he's going to drop to 18 anymore. I mean, in mocks, he hasn't dropped to 18 in probably 2 months. And that's Mansour Delane. So unless he drops for some reason.
All right. All right, gents. I hate to interrupt you for a second, but we're about to hear the opening.
Oh.
You're fine.
Roger Goodell at the podium.
Here come the boos.
They're in Pittsburgh, right?
Yep, Pittsburgh. Yep. Boo Birds are out, waving the towels.
Our guy Brev is there right now.
Welcome to the 2026 NFL Draft. We are proud to be here in a city built on grit, built on steel, and home of the one of most dominant franchises in history. Your six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. But tonight we're going to celebrate Western Pennsylvania heritage. And as you can see, I didn't come alone. Steelers captain, 8-time Pro Bowler and Defensive Player of the Year, T.J. Watt.
T.J. Watt. So T.J. Watt's up there on the stage, about to open it up. And if you guys that are following along with us, if you guys are watching,
Soul of the Steelers, a captain.
Great environment.
The 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Cam Hayward.
We'll wait for them to announce the beginning of the draft, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. And the Raiders will be on the clock.
Pittsburgh, make some noise!
This is Steelers football. Tough, physical, and built to last. But everything we do today is built on the standards set by the legends before us. Let's bring out the men who paved the way to greatness. A Hall of Famer, a true shutdown corner, a piece of the steel curtain, Mel Blount. Now, let's talk some playmakers, some Super Bowl MVPs. Lynn Swann and Hines Ward. And now, we got to talk quarterbacks. 2 quarterbacks, 2 eras, 1 standard.
All right, they're doing a lot of talking right now, a lot of Pittsburgh stuff, so they're gonna hype up Pittsburgh. So, whatever. Terrible towel. That's all great. They got Ben Roethlisberger coming onto the stage. Yeah, cool moment if you're a Steeler fan. Yeah, Terry Bradshaw. I like Terry. On Fox NFL Sunday, I think he's kind of fun to watch for the morning show for sure. Hey, Glenn. I want to say I appreciate you being one of our guest pickers as well. during that mock draft. So appreciate that.
Okay, these players forge the path for the
All right, here we go, hopefully.
Stars. We will welcome into the National Football League starting tonight. Pittsburgh. This is a moment you all been waiting for. Yin's ready? All right. The 2026 NFL Draft is officially open.
Here we go.
Raiders are on the clock.
All right. You heard the man. The Raiders are now on the clock. So with that being said, I need to fix the background here. Your Raiders, pick number 1. We're now on the clock. So let's analyze your Raiders. So Eric, Chris, as I'm trying to produce a little bit and make sure graphics are always ready to go for some of our picks, I'm going to need you to help me out a little bit here. Yeah. All right. Keegan says, let's go.
That's my guy Keegan in the chat right there.
Awesome. I'm going to need you guys to help me out a little bit here if you can. But the Raiders are on the clock. We talked about it. Obviously, this is probably a slam dunk at quarterback here with Fernando Mendoza. If they do select Fernando Mendoza here with this pick, what are your thoughts as far as them picking a quarterback and his potential at the next level? And Mark, let me know in the background. I see that you're on there. You ready? All right. We're taking Mark back in here too. But anyways, what do you think the potential is? Eric, I'll start with you. Potential if they do select Francisco Mendoza.
Okay. So like I like Mendoza. I feel kind of the same way I felt about Cam Ward. I think he's the best quarterback in the draft. I think that as far as quarterbacks go, it's kind of a weak draft. I don't think he would be a top 5 quarterback in next year's draft. But here's a fun little fact. The pick that comes after the Raiders has a pretty good chance of being a Hall of Famer. So
I saw that tweet.
Yeah, I saw this graphic and it made me think about this. So in 2002, they picked Napoleon Harris. The next pick after him, Ed Reed. In 2004, they picked Robert Gallery. Next pick, Larry Fitzgerald. In 2005, they picked Fabian Washington. The very next pick, Aaron Rodgers. In 2007, they picked Jamarcus Russell. The very next pick, Calvin Johnson. In 2010, they traded away their pick to New England, who picked Gronk. And then in 2016, they picked Jihad Ward. The very next pick, Derrick Henry. So congrats to whoever gets picked at number 2.
What do you think, Chris?
I like the kid. As an Ohio State fan, I watch a lot of Big Ten football, so I watched a lot of his film. And he's got the leadership, he's got the toughness. But I do think, and this is like a hot topic with whoever you talk to, I do think he needs time on the bench to develop his game. From everything I've seen, he is right now a one-read quarterback. He seems to go to his first read and kind of force it. So I do think the talent's there. I just think he needs time to develop it, and I do think that's why they brought in Cousins. I think, he'll start this year and probably play most of the year, bar an injury. I think Mendoza will spend time on the bench and develop his game.
I think he's got to develop the NFL skill set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mendoza didn't always do a whole lot of drop back, from under center. At Indiana.
Vast majority were in shotgun.
Absolutely. So that's going to be a learning curve and something that Kirk Cousins is going to be a good mentor if he's, I have to believe that Kirk's going in there with the mentality, I might get to start year 1, but they're bringing me in here to also teach the young guy to be the eventual starter for this team. And Kirk, he takes a lot of his stuff under center. He's a good cerebral quarterback that can teach a lot of things to a young guy like Fernando Mendoza. And even though their personalities might be somewhat similar as far as being quirky, their play is different.
Yep.
For sure. Glenn Ritter says Mendoza will be a great pick, but the Raiders will find a way to screw up his career. One of my friends, is a huge Raiders fan. And just one of the things that I find, fascinating about this is Fernando Mendoza wasn't exactly on the radar for being drafted high when he was at Cal before going to Indiana and all the NIL money to bring in the talent. Now, he had a great year last year. It looked good, but does that scare any of you for the fact that he kind of came out of nowhere at Indiana and was surrounded by maybe just a lot of money talent that was brought in there, and somewhat of a 1 year, wonder, even though you won a national championship. JJ McCarthy won a national championship. Now, Mendoza made a lot of plays to make that happen, but just is that a fear of yours at all? I see the Raiders celebrating, so once it looks like the pick's going to be announced, you might see me turn up the volume here.
Yeah, I don't think, like, okay, it is a concern, but I don't think it's as big of a concern as can he acquire the NFL skill set, the under center, the progressive reads. Can he? I think that's a bigger concern than that he kind of came from under the radar, because I think we've seen that happen often enough that it's not really an indicator of success. Goodell's coming out now.
Yep.
All right, let's turn it up. Raiders making their selection.
Choosing who we expect a new quarterback.
Yep, Mendoza.
I got a drop, fellas. Enjoy the draft. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming. There it is.
Take it easy, man.
Thanks.
Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza is your number one pick in this year's draft, going to your Las Vegas Raiders. Reactions?
I mean, again, I don't think his ceiling is as high as the usual number one quarterback, but I don't think he's going to be bad. And I do kind of have faith that Kubiak can develop him and build a team around him. So I think he's going to be fine. It's just going to be interesting to see how things fall. I think he's one of those quarterbacks that can absolutely be a successful quarterback, but he needs things to fall just right.
I saw an interesting tweet where they were trying to compare him to the quarterbacks in the last like 3 drafts. And, the typical thing, right? It's kind of hard to do. But one of the guys that I read was saying he was a poor man's Drake May, which was just weird to me, but it stuck in my head. And it's like, okay, I don't
might
see
have
it.
been the fifth. He might have been the 5th best quarterback in that draft.
I think so.
I mean, I know this is like, I'm not supposed to say this stuff right now, but I still think JJ McCarthy's a better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza. So, but I am biased. So,
well, let's take a look at Fernando Mendoza. Again, he's out of Indiana. Quarterback, 6'5", 236. And when we take a look at Fernando Mendoza, we talked about some of the dings that we have on Fernando. My concerns were that, he came out of Cal kind of out of nowhere. He hasn't taken a whole lot of snaps under center. And then just making that transition, it's a different game, but he did play in one of the best conferences in college football in the Big Ten. How ready, if you're the Raiders and you're the GM guys, is it a competition in camp, or are you saying, hey, Kirk Cousins gonna, Kirk, get us through year one. We let the kid sit for a year before we kind of unleash him into the league, maybe in 2027.
So the question, do you guys think that if you had to name or predict the Raiders starter week 1 at quarterback?
Right now, I'd say Kirk Cousins.
I will too, because Clint Kubiak will try and be a little more, get him some more practice and stuff. So I will go with Cousins as well.
I think the biggest thing is, playing in an NFL pro style offense and just taking snaps under center. That might be a little bit of a transition for him. And, it's a different timing element. Footwork's different. the time that you have to drop back and read the defense and process that is going to be different than sitting back in shotgun and reading a defense. I think that's going to be some adjustment for him.
I think one of the things that is a little bit underrated on the difficulty to learn if you don't do it in college is the mental part of snapping the ball and turning your back to the defense for like a play action, knowing that that those guys are coming to try to take your head off. The mental part of turning your back to them when you spent your entire career in shotgun, it's an adjustment for a lot of quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's, he won a Heisman Trophy. I mean, he had a great year at Indiana.
All right, Jets pick is in.
Jets pick is in. All right, well, let's move on to the Jets. All right, so now I need to switch up our. That was quick. I'm actually.
I know they took 2 minutes off this year.
Bailey or Reese? What do you guys think? Bailey or Reese or somebody else?
Reese.
Bailey, Reese, or the field?
I'm gonna go Bailey.
All right, Eric, you're the tiebreaker.
I think I would take Reese, but I've heard a lot of talk about Bailey lately with the Jets, so I'm gonna say Bailey. I would take Reese though. As a Michigan fan, I'm saying I would take Reese here.
Oh wow!
So that tells you how much I think that Reese is. I would take him here, but I have heard a lot of chatter about David
Jets.
Bailey to the Jets.
Yeah, I have too, but I think I would take Reese here just if I was the GM, but clearly I'm not.
All right, so the Jets on the clock. I think I see the commissioner coming out now to announce the pick.
The minute we hear this name, we are about to get it from the commissioner. The Jets' second overall pick of this draft is.
I'm a little bit ahead of you. I don't know if you want me to like wait till it comes across on your end.
The New York Jets select David Bailey.
There it is.
Yep.
So they do take David Bailey.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it sort of like the momentum changed to Bailey at number 2. I've just heard it. I've been told I multiple texts over the last few days from different places that they were hearing Bailey.
I was hearing the same thing, but it was like, was that a smoke screen?
All right, so round 2, we see, with the second pick, kind of a little bit of a shocker, right? Because a lot of people had Arvell Reese going there, and then kind of late, we kind of saw Bailey kind of move into that position. So, a little bit of a different thing to where now Arvell Reese is still on the board. Does that change some things in the draft? We'll have to see what that looks like. All right, so David Bailey. Let's take a look at David Bailey out of Texas Tech. He's a 6'4", 251-pound edge. And David Bailey, Texas Tech, again, good career. He had the most sacks in the FBS with 14.5 sacks last year. Pretty impressive. He only had one season at Texas Tech, NIL, because he played at Stanford before. So now he's an explosive guy, right? He's very quick off the snap. So he's very much worthy of a number 2 pick in this. Let's not get that twisted. He had 71 pressures in 2025 season and 3 forced fumbles. So the guy is a defensive playmaker for sure. So I don't think that was a bad pick for the New York Jets.
I mean, he was a huge reason why the Red Raiders made it to the playoffs. And I mean, he have a really good, especially for an edge, a really good 40 time at the combine that impressed a lot of people. It was like 4.5, I think. I don't remember, but he's a good prospect all the way around, man. I mean, it was like 15 sacks or something like that, 80 pressures.
Yeah, Glenn says he has an explosive first step, and Bailey's going to be Aaron Glenn's Hutchinson, is what Glenn Ritter says.
Yeah.
And Glenn Ritter also thinks that it's going to be Cousins for the Raiders to start the year.
Okay.
So
what about What about for this next pick for the Cardinals? What are you guys thinking?
Ooh.
My sleeper pick here is Jeremiah Love.
I've heard that a lot.
I've heard it. I've heard it more lately in the last few days.
I think, man, it's hard with Arvel Reese now on the board here.
That makes it harder.
I think it's between Reese and Love as far as who goes off the board here.
I wonder if
I think it's Reese.
I wonder if they won't take the time here to field some calls for people that might want to jump up and get Love.
Yeah,
because
could the Giants move up from 5 to 3?
Right, and I could see them dropping back, taking Sonny Styles or taking an offensive lineman, something like that. So if they could get a drop back to like 5, 6, 7, 8, that range, I could see them doing that. But it just depends if anyone calls.
The Giants have the capital to do it, and only moving 2 spots. They still have a number 10 pick. Yeah. I could see the Giants doing something like that. They don't necessarily need a running back, but Cam's hurt. He's a different type of running back than Jeremiah Love.
Mm-hmm. That is true. I don't know, but I think the Giants are kind of locked in on like Sonny Styles.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just adjusting some things here.
No, you're fine. I'm trying to think if they were to take Sonny Styles here, Jeremiah Love goes at 4. Who would the Giants lock in on?
Oh, and I think
they probably take
they're
Arvel
making
Reese,
their pick here now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Coming out.
This is shades of Christian McCaffrey. That if we had
Maybe not
a slot receiver and just let him run routes, we would know exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Reese as the pick as well. But it was just a lot of the love for love at that spot. And like I said, I thought the trade might happen there, but
sure.
I think one of their needs is linebacker, so I could see them taking Sonny Styles here.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in.
I almost I think Reese is the more valuable position because it's an edge rusher. But I think that they have a bigger need for linebacker than edge. So I don't know. It's got to be one of those two, but I don't know. Maybe they say screw both of them and just take Love and screw the Titans out of Love. Wasn't there a thing that was going around on social media that if Jeremiah Love gets picked here, he's like the 6th or 7th highest paid running back, from that moment?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me being that high of a pick for sure. All right, they should be coming up to the podium here shortly.
I'll try to withhold my reaction.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, apparently I must be a little. Behind. I just checked.
I'm on the NFL Network.
So much.
And yeah, I don't know why I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, you just must be a little bit. All right, commissioner's coming out. I think Love either goes at 4 or 5.
Wow.
Most likely for me.
Sorry.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
There he is, though. Number 3. Wow.
Wow. Snipe the Titans.
Yep.
He's arguably considered the best, player in this draft, and there he is. Jeremiah Love comes off the board for your Arizona Cardinals. That's a big playmaker to add to that offense with, Marvin Harrison Jr. You got McBride. That's some weapons. They got to figure out what they're doing with Brissett and his contract. But Jeremiah Love is now an Arizona Cardinal. So let's talk about him. So Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame, running back. He's 6 foot tall, 212. Good runner. Great runner. Had a good year. Is there anything to the schedule that Notre Dame plays that has you concerned at all with Jeremiah Love, or does that matter at all?
Oh, I I definitely think that's a concern. I mean, their schedule is worse than a lot of G5 teams. I don't like it, but I do think that Love sort of transcends that issue. I do think he's going to be a really good running back. I just question whether or not the Cardinals have a good enough team to be picking a running back this high.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, and that's just, I would have had the same criticism if he had went to the Titans at 4. But
Well, you know.
So if you came back, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Oh no, all I was gonna say is like this guy posted his speed. He's a 4.36 40-yard dash guy, right? He averaged like almost 7 yards a carry this last season.
Very hard to tackle.
Had a great had a great season. So I mean, arguably, you could say that there was nobody close to him as far as the season he had running wise. Yeah. So he's clearly the number one running back in this class. He goes at number 3 to a team that James Conner is probably in his last season. They ended up bringing in Algier and gave him a 2-year, $6 million deal. But, obviously they still had concerns at that position and took the best player available, which was Jeremiah Love.
Yep. Do you think the Cardinals sneak back in to the bottom of the first round and then grab Simpson?
If the Steelers don't, yeah. It's definitely possible. If the Steelers don't take Ty Simpson before the end of the first round, I think that there's a high chance that if he's still on the board at 32, that the Seahawks trade out of that spot. Someone moves up to get Simpson, and the Seahawks move back to tomorrow to pick up Jadarian Price.
Yep.
Glenn Ritter says this could be like when the Chargers selected LT at number 5, LaDainian Tomlinson then selected Drew Brees with the first pick of the second round. Yeah, they could come back in and get a quarterback. Keegan Imhoff says our running backs in the top 5 now, back in the top 5 now. Yeah, I think if you're as talented as Jeremiah Love, absolutely.
Well, I mean, we've got Gibbs and Genty and Love now, top 10 picks.
Yep.
But because they're so easy to replace in the draft, that's why you don't see them get paid. They're seen as easily replaceable through the draft, and that's why teams don't want to pay them, like wide receiver type money.
Right.
They get paid, almost a third to where top receivers are getting now $40+ million a year. Whereas the top running back, I think, in the league is getting paid, 20 maybe now? 15? A year?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Glenn Ritter says lots of teams like the 2 running back approach. Yeah, they've seen some teams like Detroit have some success having 2 different style runners. We saw the Vikings do that with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. So that's kind of where
I don't know if it's necessarily like a really new concept, because, and maybe I don't remember, but I know I lived in Nashville, Tennessee for a long time, and I was down there when they had Chris Johnson and Lindell White, and it was a 1-2 punch. I feel like that's always kind of been like the ideal thing, unless you just got that, Derrick Henry, Adrian Peterson, LaDainian Tomlinson, top tier running back. I feel like it's. I mean, even Chris Johnson, they had that, a second back with him. So,
So now
Titans already put their pick in. Geez,
Titans put their pick in, and that's what I was about to say. If you're the Titans now in this position, you just saw Jeremiah Love come off the board. Who are they looking at number 4? Could they be looking, because they need an edge rusher, right?
I'd say
they need a linebacker. Arvell Reese is still on the board.
I'd say edge, offensive line, or dark horse here, Caleb Downs.
I'm going Reese on this one.
I can't believe, they got to be jumping up and down that Arvell Reese is on the board. I think that they were probably thinking Sonny Styles could be the pick here, but Arvell Reese on the board, I think they probably go Arvell here. All right, here comes the pick.
Wow.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate.
Wow.
Was not
I know.
expecting that.
That one caught all three of us off.
Yeah, I was
Cardell
not
Tate.
expecting that.
Wow. All right. So Cardell Tate comes off the board at number 4 to the Titans. They add to their wide receiver core, give Cam Ward some more weapons to go with Calvin Ridley. Thoughts, guys? Reactions?
Is this because Love went the pick before?
I mean, it has to be, but I feel like I don't know about this pick, man. And this isn't even to say anything bad about Carnell Tate, but like even my friends that I have that are Buckeyes, like everyone looked at him as the 4th Buckeye to come off the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs.
Yep.
I don't know, man. And I don't like. Again, I'm not in any way trying to downplay Carnell Tate. I think he's a good player. I look at him as like a high-end number 2 wide receiver. I don't think he's a top wide receiver 1. And to take him here and leave Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, those kind of guys on the board,
They had so many more needs.
Well,
I don't know. I don't like it.
But he comes off the board anyways. Out of Ohio State, 6'2", 192. Carnell Tate, he, like it or not, that's the Titans pick, and they now have a playmaker. He set career highs in receiving yards with 79.5 is what he averaged. He had 10 different contested catches and 9 touchdowns this last year for Ohio State. One of the knocks on him is, he's not one of those flashy, speedy receivers. He ran a 4.53 40, which is still fast. But he has great hands, and he's a good route runner. That's what he's known for. So he averaged 17.2 yards per reception this last year. And, he's a downfield player that can also, mold into a good route runner. With either an X or a Z type wide receiver, even maybe running some slots. I think they can move him around a little bit. He's very versatile as a wide receiver, but he could be a slot.
But the thing is, though, tell me which year that he played at Ohio State that he was the number 1 receiver on the team.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, I think this is why Jordan Tyson is also possibly considered the best wide receiver in this draft. Now, on the clock, we now have the Giants that are now looking at.
The Giants did not
Jordan
expect
Tyson,
Arvell Reese, and Sonny Styles to both be here.
But they want a wide receiver. If they really like Jordan Tyson, do they have to select him here, or do they think he's going to fall to 10, or are they just going to be stuck with Lemon?
There's enough receivers for them to use their other pick because they got 2 picks in the first round.
Keegan says that's the worst pick of the draft. Should have traded back. He said, "Wow." And Glenn agrees with me. Is this pick going to push Tyson Lemon up the draft boards for wide receiver needed teams? Yeah, absolutely. I think this was kind of a shock for sure.
Yeah, I think one of them gets pushed up. I don't think both.
And Kent. Yeah, and Glenn makes a good point. Justin Jefferson wasn't the number 1 receiver at LSU with Jamar Chase.
Yeah, but Carnell Tate isn't
receivers.
Justin Jefferson.
Correct.
You could look at you can look at receivers that are on teams with multiple wide receiver 1s and tell both of them can be wide receiver 1s. Again, being a Michigan fan, I watch a lot of Ohio State games. I have never looked at Carnell Tate and thought he's a wide receiver 1. Like in my opinion, he's kind of like I don't know the slightly less version of this, but he's like a Mecca Ibuka, but kind of like the poor man's version. And I don't even like saying that because he's not that far below Ibuka, but I could see Ibuka being a wide receiver 1. Carnell Tate to me is like the same skill set without that extra it factor.
Okay.
Just
I didn't watch enough
update
of
my
them.
ticker here. All right. So what we have off the board already, first 5 picks are in. Raiders go with Mendoza. Jets go with David Bailey. Arizona Cardinals come back and get the best player in the draft, I think. Jeremiah Love, running back out of Notre Dame. Tennessee Titans grab Carnell Tate, wide receiver out of Ohio State. And New York Giants.
I mean, they've got Reese, they got Styles, they got Bain still here. Caleb Downs is still on the board. I mean, I think it's got to be one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, they need a wide receiver, a guard, linebacker, safety. Arvell Reese, man.
But see, I don't think
they like Caleb Downs though too.
I don't think that they go with Mekhi Lemon because
here.
they've already got I think they already have a slot receiver. No, they lost their slot receiver. Their slot receiver went to Tennessee, didn't he? Wandale, didn't he go to Tennessee?
Oh yeah, he did.
Wandale Robinson. Yeah.
So maybe they do look at Lemon then.
I just don't think they do at 5. I think they're banking on 10.
I had them penciled
if
in
it's
for
Lemon
Styles here.
I could see them going to Jordan Tyson here.
But
I just don't think they thought Reese was going to be here.
Right. I think if it's between Styles and Bain, I think they take Styles, but I don't think anybody expected Reese to be.
Right. That changes some things for sure.
And I mean, here's the thing: as crazy athletic as Sonny Styles is, Reese played off-ball linebacker at Ohio State, so he can be your edge rusher. Or if you absolutely need a linebacker, he can just play off-ball linebacker.
Right.
So, slightly less athletic than Sonny Styles, but more versatile.
I go Reese just because he fell. That'll be my pick. I see the pick is in, but it's sitting on a commercial. But
I do think that was a knee-jerk reaction to a fallback plan for the Titans. Mm-hmm. I just think it was. I don't think it was a good pick. I mean, maybe I'll be proven wrong. You know, if we're doing this show a year from now, and I'll come on here and say I was wrong about the Carnell Tate pick, and that's not even me saying he's a bad player.
Keegan hates that pick. Worst pick he's ever seen.
Keegan's like me. He's a Michigan fan, so.
Yeah. I mean, Keegan, I really did think that Love was going to go to the Titans, but he didn't. All right, pick is in. New York Giants. Let's listen in.
Commissioner has the Giants pick with some guests.
Oh, wow.
Partnership with the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors.
KC traded up to 6.
One of the NFL's Salute to Service partners. We are honored to recognize the surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke.
That's cool. I always like to see when they do that.
I knew the Browns were trying to trade back, but I didn't necessarily think the Chiefs were.
No.
Tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse Tracy and their 2 sons Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
Yep. Before that trade, I was going to, if Reese fell to Cleveland.
Yeah, Arvell Reese. He comes off the board, and Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, linebacker, 6'4", 241. He was projected to go off the board at number 2, but, lo and behold, he's still on the board. This guy is, absolutely one of the best defenders that is on the board. Obviously, this is a good snipe for the Giants at number 5. I think they were probably hoping that Love would be there at 5 as well too. But had, in the first half, he had 6.5 sacks in the first 8 games. This guy can get to the quarterback. He's a very explosive pass rusher as well. Just a lot of upside, and he's got good size as well too. Thoughts, guys, on Arvell Reese going to the Giants?
Go ahead. Mark.
Okay, I like the pick. Yeah, I think it may not be the fit, but it is definitely the best player sitting there. He's gonna, Harbaugh's gonna love that on the defensive side. I think it was the right pick for him.
Are you guys digging these graphics? I spent a lot of time on making
Oh yeah,
sure.
no, I like.
Yeah, they're cool.
I at least tried to make sure I'm bringing you guys a little bit of graphics. I know that you're probably watching the draft as well too, but I appreciate you guys following along with us. Glenn Ritter says great pick, and I think I heard you mention this. Chiefs traded up to 6.
Yep. So real quick, that trade, according to Adam Schefter, we get back to it here, is the Chiefs traded up to 6. The Browns get 9. They move back to 9, and then to make up the value between those 3 picks, they got 74 and 148.
Awesome. Thanks for doing that research. Appreciate that. So there you go. I got to change up the order here. All right. So Giants, they go ahead and snag Arvell Reese.
Real quick, if you'll let me address the question
Yep.
Glenn just put in the chat. So Adam Schefter literally just tweeted out, said, despite drafting Arvell Reese, the Giants do not intend to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, per a source. So, and to give my thoughts on this, and to your original question, I personally think Sonny Styles is a better overall player than Arvell Reese. However, I think the Giants, and in particular John Harbaugh, is going to utilize an edge rusher linebacker hybrid more than a linebacker safety hybrid like Sonny Styles. So I think this is the right pick for the Giants. I do like this pick.
All right. So we had the Chiefs go up. So who are the Chiefs trading up for to try to go grab Sonny Styles here?
Yeah, I mean that would be my first inclination. Maybe Caleb Downs, because they need to rebuild their defensive back room.
Sure.
So I would say it's got to be either Styles, Bain, or Caleb Downs. I would have thought they were going to get Mansour Delane at 9, but I think they could have got Mansour Delane at 9. So I think it's got to be either Downs, Styles, or Bain.
Did you guys talk about Thibodeau getting traded as far as the Giants? Yeah.
Yeah, according to Schefter, he's not going to
get
get
some
traded.
graphics as well too, and working some things.
According to Schefter, they do not intend to trade Thibodeau right now.
Yeah, I know that was a hot topic as well.
Yeah.
So if I'm the Chiefs, I'll be honest. If I'm the Chiefs, I'm probably taking Downs just because I don't like their defensive backfield right now.
Yep, I would take Downs.
But there's a chance that Downs would have dropped to 9 anyway, so maybe they moved up for Sonny Styles. They saw that Reese or Styles was going to drop to him, and they probably moved up ready to take either one, is my thought.
All right, so I'm sorry, I'm just
No, you're fine. Pick is in. I'm just waiting for him to come on.
This next one here. And I kind of think it could be Sonny Styles myself.
I really like Sonny Styles, as much as it pains me to say that.
But I'm going to get my Caleb Downs graphic ready here too, just in case.
Just in
Here comes
case.
the commissioner.
Oh, wow.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas
What?
City Chiefs select Mansour Delane.
Whoa!
Hold on.
All right. Now, hold on now.
Wow.
So Mansour Delane goes here. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Let's just check something out, fellas. What did we say? What did I say?
He would have been there at 9.
So at 9, Mansour Delane. So
Yeah.
the Chiefs like him, and they
that's
go
my
up
problem.
and grab him.
That's my problem. I don't think that there's any chance that the Commanders or the Saints were taking Delane.
No.
So they had to have had some kind of intel that
Someone
somebody
else.
else was going to move up to take Delane.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Trade into 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Keegan doesn't like that either.
I love Delane. Don't get me wrong.
love Delane.
Yeah.
He's my corner one in this draft. And in my opinion, outside of Love or Caleb Downs, if I could put anybody on the Vikings, it would have been Mansour Delane. I've been saying it since November. So I absolutely love this pick, especially considering that they just traded away McDuffie.
Yep.
It blows my mind that they traded up to get a guy that I thought they could get at 9. So there had to be some information going around that somebody else was trying to trade up for him.
Wow. I agree. I think he'd have been there at 9. So, like you said, I think the only option is rumors are out there that somebody was trying to move in.
Well, and I know the Commanders have been trying to trade down.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder if there was a trade in principle agreed to that they caught wind of.
Yeah. Maybe they were calling Washington to see. And Washington said, hey, we're on the phone with somebody else.
Yeah, that could have been it. They could have called to try to trade up to 7. And they were like, no, we've already got a trade agreed to in principle. And so they said, okay, somebody else is going up. We need to jump up to 6.
Right. Yep. Here's the trade as long as our person's ready, is still there.
All right. So let me just go ahead and bring up his profile as well too. So we need to take a look at Mansour Delane.
I loved him as well.
So Mansour Delane, so he's coming out of LSU, and there's his profile. Cornerback, 6 foot, 187. Just I think if the Vikings were going to move up, and if he made it somehow to double digits into the teens, that would be a player that I think if the Vikings were going to trade up, that's a guy that I would maybe be looking at if I was going to trade up. Mansour Delane, he used to play at Virginia Tech for 3 seasons, and then he transferred to LSU for last year. And yeah, he's fast. He's 4.38 and a 40-yard dash. Opposing quarterbacks only completed 27.7% of their passes against Delane. That's the 3rd lowest rate in the country. So the guy has been a shut-down corner as far as stats go. In his final year at LSU. So Washington, the Commanders are on the clock right now at pick 7, and it looks like the Commanders already have their pick in as well. So the Commanders, and do I have that graphic ready already? We'll find out. I don't, so I'm doing it right now here real quick for the Commanders. Looks like, he's coming up to announce right now. So let's go ahead and tune in.
Part of the Commanders selection, and the Browns are currently on the clock.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is awarded to one player each year and celebrates their profound impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners Lynn Swan and Jerome Bettis. And the league welcomed its newest member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby. On behalf of the Payton family and Nationwide, I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place.
Caleb Downs, I think.
With the 7th
Let's see it.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles comes off the board.
I think he's BPA.
Yep.
Okay. Until I'm told otherwise, I do believe this is what happened. What we just talked about. The Commanders had a trade in principle.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs heard about it, moved up, took Mansour Delane. That made Washington's pick or trade fall apart. So they just went BPA, and that's
I think so. I mean, it's a need for him as well, but
yeah. OSU, Ohio State's got a lot of guys,
Yeah.
Keegan. So, Sonny Styles, Ohio State linebacker, 6'5", 244, Sonny Styles. So he lasts all the way to the 7th pick. He was projected to go at least in the top 5. He's a really quick, linebacker with good coverage instincts as well too. And he only had 2 missed tackles compared to only 17, or when he had 17 in 2024. So he had a much better season this last year and added that pass rushing ability as well to his game. So he had 6 sacks in 2024. So, he really kind of stepped up his game in 2025. But yeah, he's a good linebacker that's going to be playing in Washington for the Commanders.
Yeah, and he was a safety his first couple of years at Ohio State, moved into linebacker. I kind of always felt like he should have been a linebacker from day one. So when he moved to linebacker, it just felt like the right move, but he really kind of broke out at linebacker.
So this means that the Saints are on the clock. They need a wide receiver, defensive lineman, and a linebacker, and just kind of looking at the board as far as who's there, do they force a Mekhi Lemon here at 8?
I think that they probably go wide receiver, and whether it's Tyson or Lemon depends on what their doctors say about Tyson.
Yep. I'm going to drop off for just a little bit. I'll come back, though.
Oh, no, that's fine. All right, let me just fix this here. There we go. And then let me drop off his camera. There we go. All right, so Sonny Styles. I mean, he's the guy. Do you think it's a good pick there for the Commanders at 7? And just overall, I think he's a good prospect. He's a good guy to add to your defense, to any defense really this early in the draft. But Sonny Styles, other needs that maybe the Commanders had, could have been wide receiver here. Jordan Tyson possibly would have been a really good fit, but did they just say, hey, BPA, that's who we got to go with then?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought that they might go with Ruben Bain. I thought that was a need for him. Wide receiver, I think, is a need, although I don't necessarily think that Lemon was a great fit. So if they weren't high on Tyson because of his injury, I could understand. I'll be honest, I thought Caleb Downs was a better fit for the Commanders here, the best fit as far as what was on the board. But I can't argue with Sonny Styles being BPA. And if they had a trade set up, maybe they had already decided that they didn't think that Downs was the right pick at number 7 for him. So then they just went with the best player on the board, and that's Sonny Styles, who was, supposed to be off the board 2 or 3 picks ago. So.
Sure. I'm just updating our tracker, so making sure that Sonny Styles is on there. And oh my, we got D Woods. I don't see your camera up yet, brother. All right, there you are. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Oh, you got your Vikings jersey on. He's ready. He's looking sharp. I like it. D Woods.
What's up, Steve? Man, what's good, man? How you doing out there, man?
Doing good. What do you think of these picks so far? Jeremiah Love goes to the Cardinals. We kind of had a shocker with Carnell Tate going as early as he did with the Titans. Some wild stuff, right?
Running backs are back, baby. I love it. Running backs are back, baby.
That's right.
For real.
Just
for real. At number 3, I love it.
So they have a crowded room there, but I mean, James Conner's going to be, this is probably his last season there with Arizona. They brought in Algier from the Falcons. So, they're probably ready. They just saw that, hey, this is the best player in the draft, and this is going to be a game changer for our offense. We have the wide receiving tools. Now we have the running game. Do they have the quarterback? So one of the things that we were talking about is, do they jump back into the first round to try to
32.
grab Ty Simpson?
32. I think they draft up at 32 to get that 5th-year option. It's going to be at the end of the first round. That's when they get Ty Simpson. Whoever's going to be a trade partner, you got to get a 5th-year option on the quarterback. So I can see them coming back up and doing that.
I think it's almost a lock that you could book if the Steelers don't take Tyson at 21. I think it's definitely a trade on the board.
Yep. Exactly. I feel the same way. I
Well,
feel the same way.
guess what?
For real.
We got
But
the
it's looking
Saints.
good for the Vikings, though. It's looking good for the Vikings. They can probably get Caleb Downs or Jamal McCoy.
I need somebody to give Kevin O'Connell the memo that running backs are back, though. Like I need somebody to let him know that he is allowed to run the ball on 4th and 2.
Exactly. 3rd and 1.
Right. I mean, listen, 3rd and 1, yeah, but can we start with 4th and 2? Can we start with 4th and 1? Can we run the ball? Can we do a QB sneak?
Yeah,
and not a tight end sneak. Can we do a QB sneak? Like,
hey,
something, right?
The pick's in for the Saints. Who do we think that this is here? Reuben Bain?
Defense. Probably going to be defense.
It's either Reuben Bain or wide receiver. Again,
or Tyson.
Yeah.
We want to go Tyson here.
I think wide receivers are their biggest need. I think Bain's the best on the best available. So
yeah,
it just depends on how they feel about Lemon and Tyson.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, Lemon hasn't went either. Oh wow,
no, I really like Lemon.
Yeah.
I'm actually really high on Lemon. I think Tyson's the wide receiver 1, unless his medicals are a problem. Not having access to the medicals, I can't say yes or no. But if we assume for a second that they are a problem, I think I would have Lemon above Tate, which is why it surprised me so much that they took Tate at 4. I mean, again, Lemon came into the season as an afterthought after Jacoby Lane, and in my opinion, he outshined Jacoby Lane. But at Ohio State, and again, I am a Michigan fan, so take it with a grain of salt. But there's not been a single season. There's not been a single season where Carnell Tate was the best wide receiver on his team.
True. Man, this draft is long, man. Hey, Steve, I'm gonna pop back out, man. I'm just doing my rounds with everybody right now.
No,
so,
that's all right.
I'm gonna pop back out. I think I'm gonna try to jump on Raps next real quick.
Hey, tell Rap Kinetic said what's up.
All right.
Yeah, same here. Hey, after the Vikings make their pick, you have some time later on. Go ahead and jump.
Yeah, I might pop back in.
Yeah,
sure.
we'll talk reactions for sure.
All right,
thanks, D Woods. Hey,
no problem.
Those of you guys out there, Skull State of Mind at Skull State of Mind on X, on YouTube. Hit him up. Does a great show. He's out there live too, giving you all the updates.
All right, y'all.
See you, D Woods.
I'm following him right now. I think I am.
All right, there we go. All right, that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, we have some guys popping in and out all night long. So we're going to be giving it to you all night. We got some more guys that are going to be popping in that you haven't seen yet after the draft. Oh, Saints.
Question answered.
Jordan Tyson is the pick. So we talked about him. We talked about him possibly being the best wide receiver in this draft. And he's now off the board, going to the Saints, opposite of Olave. So what do you think? Tyler Shug has a new weapon.
So I really like Tyson. In my opinion, he's wide receiver 1. Here's the problem with Tyson, but I almost think it kind of fits the Saints timeline just fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people were trying not to let this get out so that nobody wanted to be the person that affected his draft stock. His injury is healed. However, apparently there's another issue with the cartilage in his knee, which, if operated on, is going to take a little over a year to be better. So you're looking at probably a 2-year timetable for him to be a contributor on your team. But if you're in the situation where you're kind of rebuilding anyway, you're kind of like banking that talent for a year or 2 down the road, which is what I think the Saints are doing. I think it fits just fine. And assuming that everything goes well with the surgeries and he's able to come back, I think he's got the highest ceiling of any wide receiver in this draft.
All right, so let's take a look. Arizona State, wide receiver, 6'2", 203 pounds. That is Jordan Tyson. So dynamic. He's explosive. You talked about the injury that he had, but he's a big play threat whenever he's on the field. Some people have even compared him to Justin Jefferson. Man, that's a lofty comparison. But this kid can run great routes. He's shifty and has good hands. He's going to be a big player for at least the Saints look like they have something in Tyler Shuck.
I will say he doesn't quite have the stature that Jefferson has, but he does have a very similar style of route running. So, that's where the comparisons come in. You could probably, again, assuming injuries heal right, surgeries are good, and he reaches his ceiling, you probably are going to be talking about Jordan Tyson in the top 5 route runners in the league, along with Jefferson.
Glenn Ritter says Tyson is a beast when healthy. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that for sure. And Keegan says no OT taken yet. Well,
and Keegan is a Lions fan, and he is crossing his fingers and toes that there's a good right tackle available at 17. So he's loving this draft right now.
Well, guess what? Browns at number 9. They're next on the clock, and we'll see what the Browns end up doing with now Jordan Tyson off the board. They need a wide receiver as well too, and another playmaker. So what do they do here? Man, they need a guard. They need a tackle. A tackle could be a position of need here. They still have Mayoga that's still on the board here. So that could be a pick for them. If I take a look, who did we pick? Browns. We had Mayoga going here to the Browns. So they needed an offensive tackle. So do we see a tackle go off the board here? Or do they say, hey, we're going to go best player available with Ruben Bain here? Or do they go get their, hey, there's been a run on wide receivers, and they say, hey, we got to go get Mekhi Lemon. And they panic a little bit here.
So, okay, I don't think they're going to go Lemon, and here's why.
On Cleveland.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll try to make this quick. I don't think they go wide receiver here because there's the wide receiver. First round wide receivers are deep enough that they could probably pick up a good receiver later in the first round with their other pick. I think that Bain is the best player available, and a defensive line with him, Myles Garrett, and my guy Mason Graham is scary. I think they take a tackle. You got Maui Noah, you got Fano, you got Freeling. Depends if they want an instant starter or the highest upside. Maui Noah is the best tackle on the board that could step in today and play. But I think Freeling has a lot of upside, and a lot of teams are very high on Freeling. So we'll see what happens here.
After this pick, Eric, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Jesus take the wheel. Just real quick, I'm going to go grab something to eat. This is going to be a long one. So, if you feel the need to go grab something quick, go to the bathroom, just let me know. I pull you off camera here.
Yeah, you're good.
But let's see who the Browns select here.
With the 9th pick
Yep.
in the 2026
Okay.
NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano.
Whoa. So there's a tackle, Spencer Fano out of Utah, but not the tackle that we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I really like Fano. I think Maui Noah's got the highest floor. I think Freeling has the highest ceiling, but if you want the best of both worlds, it's Fano. Mm-hmm. I do really like Fano. Now, here's my only problem with Fano, and I guess this isn't necessarily a problem for the Browns because they need a guard or tackle, is his frame might not be big enough for a tackle. So I think you'll see what you'll see them do with him is kind of what the Patriots did with the tackle they took last year. His name's escaping me right now, but we're going to try you out at tackle, and if it doesn't work, we're going to kick you into guard. And I think that works out just fine for the Browns. So that'll be the interesting thing to see. But I do really like Spencer Fano.
So let me just pull up his
Campbell,
profile.
I think, was the offensive tackle last year.
Will Campbell.
Yeah. And he worked out at tackle, I believe. So maybe it'll work out for Fano there. But I have heard some former players question his frame to play tackle.
So just real quick on Spencer Fano, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Oh man, they're coming out quick now. All right. Well, I'm not getting some food here yet. All right, here come the Giants.
Okay, the run started.
10th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Francis Maui-Noah, tackle, Miami.
Francis Maui-Noah comes off the board.
Keegan's getting a little bit worried.
He might have to. I mean, it's another one comes off the board here. His guy's gone.
Will Freeling make it 7 more picks? I don't know.
So let me go ahead and update our draft board here. Francis Maui-Noah goes off the board. All right, I got to make sure I pull up his. Let me go ahead and throw Fano back up on here. He's a big dude, 6'6", 311. I mean, anything additional you want to say about Fano before I move on to Maui-Noah?
No, I really like him. I think he's gonna, whether he ends up settling at tackle or guard, I think he's gonna be a long-time starter in the league.
All right, let me just update this. Get that rolling again. We'll take Fano off of here. And let me go bring up the big man. Maui-Noah. And Maui-Noah. He just passed him here. There he is. All right, the big man, Maui-Noah. All right, he's a 6'6", 329 for your Miami Hurricanes, playing the national championship game here this last year. I mean, again, he's got that top 10 grade as well too. But he started in every game over 3 college seasons, and the kid has the lowest percentage of pressures out of all FBS tackles in 2025, 1.2%. So he kept people and kept his quarterback clean here this last year. So, I mean, he's a good tackle that's out there, and they're getting.
We do have a trade. The Cowboys moved up one spot.
Yeah, I see that now.
They're picking next.
Traded with Miami and swapped, huh?
Looks like it.
All right, so let me change this graphic.
What the trade is.
So the Cowboys are now at 11. Anything else you want to add on Maui-Noah going to the Giants?
I think
Jackson Dart clean now.
Yeah, I think he's got the highest floor. He's going to step right in and start from day one. I like Maui-Noah. He's going to be good. I mean, he's basically as close to a surefire can't miss offensive tackle as you can get in this draft.
I'm just switching this around for the Cowboys, so the draft order is fixed on the ticker. All right, so just a quick recap, and actually, I'm going to let you go ahead and do the recap if you want to real quick. I'll be right back, and I'm going to let you talk about the tickers going, and you talk about the next selection if you can. I'll be back here in just a minute.
Recap real quick. So number 1 pick, as we all knew it would be, is Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders. Second pick, the New York Jets took edge rusher out of Texas Tech, David Bailey. Cardinals at 3 took Jeremiah Love, running back out of Notre Dame. The Tennessee Titans, with Jeremiah Love getting sniped, ended up pivoting to Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate. The New York Giants at number 5 go with Ohio State linebacker / edge rusher Arvell Reese. The Kansas City Chiefs then trade up from 9 to 6 with the Browns and take Mansour Delane, cornerback out of LSU. Washington Commanders then take best player available, Sonny Styles at number 7, linebacker out of Ohio State. New Orleans Saints at 8 take the wide receiver out of Arizona State, Jordan Tyson. And then we had back-to-back offensive tackles with the Cleveland Browns at 9, taking Utah offensive tackle Spencer Fano, and New York Giants at 10, taking Miami offensive tackle Francis Maui-Noah. And then we just had a trade with the Dallas Cowboys, moving up one spot from 12 to 11 with the Dolphins. Let me know in the chat. What is the biggest surprise of the draft so far? What's your favorite pick and what's your least favorite pick so far? Let me know in the chat. Trying to get some information on the trade. Okay, so the trade that got the pick swap here, for moving back one spot, the Dolphins also picked up 177 and 180 from the Cowboys. Pretty good for the Dolphins. And you could say that the Giants effectively traded Dexter Lawrence for Francis Maui Noah, which is kind of interesting.
Now, that's funny. Do you know Mars Attacks?
Yeah, that's he's one of the guys that's in my my CFB and Madden online leagues.
He's saying if you were in this draft, you would have 12 first-round picks.
Okay, so we have a couple Madden sim leagues, and one of them is in like year 2032 or 33. And for the last like 5 seasons, the way I sign players to contracts in the next year, I've got 25 players contracts coming up. And so knowing that I was going to have to replace all these players and not have the cap to sign anybody, over the last 4 or 5 seasons, I've been trading for picks ahead of time, coming up to this season's draft where I've got like, I don't know, 6 or 7 first-round picks. That's why he's saying that.
That's funny. You got to have fun with your boys, right? Yeah. So Glenn Ritter says Tate going number 4 was the biggest reach. I agree with that so far.
Yeah.
I think that was a surprise.
And again, that's not saying Cardinal Tate's bad.
Correct.
I just
out of position as far as where we thought he would go.
I had him as
pick
the
was
third.
A+.
Giants made out really well.
Yeah,
they got Arvell Reese and Francis Maui Noah.
All right, so Josh Bement, and hey Josh, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. That's awesome. So that's Josh on YouTube says Dallas takes Downs here. What do you think?
That's what I would assume. Too. Him or Bain. It's him or Bain, I think.
All right, well let's listen in. Here comes the pick.
But the commissioner with the Dallas Cowboys, first of 2 picks here tonight.
With the 11th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs.
There he is.
Yep, Caleb Downs. And real quick, just to recap, the trade that got them that pick swap up to 11 is the Cowboys got 11, the Dolphins got 12, and then they also picked up 177 and 180.
So, hey, Josh, you're on it. Caleb Downs, Ohio State safety, 6 foot, 206. Caleb Downs, that was a player that, a dream scenario for our Minnesota Vikings would be, for some reason, there was some talks about injury concerns with Caleb Downs that for some reason he would fall down. But he spent 1 year at Alabama before he played 2 seasons at Ohio State. And, man, really good size as a safety, and he's a good tackler. So he's good against the run. And really just he would have been our dream scenario if we were looking to take a safety at 18, if he were to fall there. Could we have traded up? I think if he would have fell to like 15, 16, that could be a thing, for us. But I think Matt Seward-Delane was the big target if we were going to trade up in this draft. But Caleb Downs, really good, solid player, now going to your Dallas Cowboys. So I think that's a solid pick for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I agree. I think Caleb Downs is just one of those safeties that has the potential to be just a game changer on every play. I would have, if he was on the board, again, Michigan fan, if he was on the board at 18, it would have been a no-brainer. I would have taken him. So the Cowboys maybe gave up a lot to move up one spot, but maybe they thought somebody else was going to move up ahead of them to take him.
Right.
So I think it's a good pick. I think and he fits the Cowboys persona, you know.
And now, one thing to consider here: they take Caleb Downs here. That was a spot where we thought maybe Downs is already gone, and the Cowboys maybe go Thieneman.
Yep.
So
I think it's almost, yeah. Let me look at the draft order, because unless somebody trades up, I don't think there's any other team between here and the Vikings at 18 that would take Thieneman.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Sadiq potentially could go at 15 or 16. Yeah. So we'll see. Here, I think they could go with the hometown kid, Ruben Bain. Hometown because he played at Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could also go Mekhi Lemon, Monroe Freeling, or maybe even Jermod McCoy here.
You know, so what we selected in our mock draft earlier for Miami is we thought Ruben Bain was going to go at 11 to Miami. Now they're picking at 12. That's still in the cards here for them. And Josh Bemet says, do you think if Oregon tight end Kenyon and Dylan Thieneman are still there, which one do we go? What do you think, Eric?
If it's me, I go Thieneman. Just because, for a couple reasons. I don't hate Sadiq, but I think he's a little bit more raw of an athlete than what a lot of people are recognizing. I would be fine if we took Sadiq, but I think that Thieneman's going to be the bigger piece to the team. And I brought this up the other day when I was on podcast with Rap and Brev. Even if we bring Hitman back, I think it's the ideal scenario to take Thieneman or whatever safety we take, because even if we bring Hitman back and he's the starter because of seniority, I don't want Hitman playing a full starter minutes anymore. I want him, playing about half minutes so that he can still be fresh and not get completely gassed by week 10. I think if we get Thieneman and we have him split time 50-50, 40-60, whatever with Hitman, and just let Hitman, who's people are already saying he's going to eventually be a coach, let him coach Thieneman on the field for a year.
Now, Josh also says personally he'd like to see Kenyon or go get McNeil Warren, but hold on one second. Dolphins pick is in.
Wow. I did not see that coming.
Wow.
Now, like I said earlier, when you were doing the mock draft, you might see the Dolphins kick him into guard. He projects as a very athletic guard with the size to play guard. Like he is incredibly athletic for his size.
And look how big that is. Eric talking about a 6'7", 352. Caden Proctor coming off the board, and wow, Dolphins just got themselves a good sized tackle that Devon Achane can run behind. So, pretty impressive, tackle as far as size goes in Caden Proctor.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. Is he the best tackle on the board? I kind of see him more as a guard personally.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, I don't hate Proctor because like the ace that he has is his athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Monroe Freeling's got a bigger upside as a tackle, and I think Iwane, or however you say his name, out of Penn State, is the better guard on the board. Yeah. So unless you want to do some like Ben Johnson offensive line trickery, which Alabama did with Proctor.
Yeah,
they had him catch passes and play wildcat stuff. So, I don't know. I would take him over Freeling or Iwane, but he's not a bad pick.
I mean, people describe him, scouts, as a human forklift. This is a big dude. He's got the reach. Once he gets his hands on you, there's not a whole lot you're able to do against Caden Proctor. We'll see how that translates for the Dolphins, but they just
not
got
a ton of
themselves
celebrating
a new
in
bookend tackle.
not a ton of celebrating in the Dolphins draft room there.
So, now we go to the Rams. So the Rams are another team that we thought, could be interesting, could be a team that comes out and snipes us in this draft as well, too. So the Rams are now on the board. Where do they go? Where does Eric think that they go at 13?
Give me a second. I'm looking at who's still available.
And I need to update our board here. So hold on one second for me.
So my first thoughts here are Makai Lemon as a wide receiver.
That's
maybe
what
CJ
Keaton
Allen
thinks is Lemon as well.
Maybe you see CJ Allen here. They do need a linebacker. And again, I've heard a lot of teams really like Monroe Freeling, so I wouldn't rule him out. But I my first thoughts are Lemon, or maybe they reach a little bit on CJ Allen. Just depends if they want to go offense or defense right here.
Caden Proctor. Just updating the old ticker on the bottom.
And I apologize that I'm moving around a lot.
No, you're
you're
good.
I've got issues with my back. I've got to have multiple surgeries on my back and neck in the next couple of years. So I'm constantly moving because I have to get comfortable. So I apologize if that's bothering anybody.
I think a lot of us, especially if you work in a field, especially if you're at a computer and you're hunched over, I think that's going to give you, I use a standing desk and that helps a little bit. But man, if you're sitting down all the time at a computer and you got one of those desk jobs like that, it takes a toll over time, especially if you don't got a good chair or anything like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish I could work right now. I'm not cleared to work right now. I've seen 3 different neurosurgeons. I've got to have over the next 5 to 7 years, I've got to have 2 or 3 major spine surgeries and then minor surgeries to my both heels and one knee. And until I get those done, I won't be cleared to work. So I'm currently trying to I've been trying to get disability for the last 2 years. I just had my arbitration a month ago. Shout out to some of the people that are in the chat that have talked already. A lot of people have donated to a GoFundMe that was set up to help me keep bills paid the last 2 years. So I want to say thank you to everybody that has done that. Hoping to hear back about the arbitration any day now. And hopefully it comes back approved. But a lot of the guys, a lot of people in the Vikings community from Rap Show, GG Sports Podcast has put it out there. I've even been on Purple Daily, and they've promoted the GoFundMe for me a few times.
If you can, send that to me, and I can pop it up here. So
yeah, any help that anyone can do, even a couple of dollars, I wouldn't ask for anything more than you can comfortably spare. But even like right now, things are so tight trying to get to the approval. If it gets approved, which it could be approved any day this week or next, then I start getting paid in June. So right now it's just keeping the bills paid in June. So
and Mars Attack says wishing you everything and
Appreciate
prayers from Mars. Glenn Ritter says wishing you the best, Eric. Appreciate that, guys. Definitely do.
I can't say enough how much the Vikings community in the podcast space, my Michigan friends in the Michigan podcast space, like I would not have gotten through keeping bills paid the last year and a half since I started doing podcasting without the help that I've gotten from you guys. And I appreciate every dollar. It goes to help me and my mother to keep bills paid, to get me to my physical therapy and my treatments and stuff, and for me to get her to her cancer treatments. So I really appreciate everything, every dollar that has been donated. A lot of people have helped me out, and I can't express enough how grateful I am.
For those of you out there that don't know how to get to the GoFundMe, if you're interested in donating, I'll get that information from Eric. I'll pop it up there so that you guys can go ahead and find that. And I'll go ahead and put that on my social media, on my X. If you're following Vikings Playbook on X or Steve Hoikla, my personal on X, I'll go ahead and throw that on there too at some point during this pod as well.
Yeah, I just put it in the backstage chat.
All right, so this pick is going to be a shocker, Glenn Ritter says. So the Rams, we'll see.
McVay, you never know what McVay's going to do, so I believe it. I believe it.
Rams, what do you think we do here? Rams, they are looking at, and just need to make sure.
I feel like the CJ Allen would be like the reach, like out of left field a little bit because it's a little early for him.
Mm-hmm.
But they really need a linebacker. I don't know though. They could go any direction. You never know what McVay's going to do.
Yeah, I mean they need a wide receiver, they need a linebacker, tackle. Spencer Fano's right there. Monroe Freeling could be options for them, or who knows? Maybe they like Omar Cooper Jr. here more than Lemon. That could be a possibility as well.
It could.
Here
be,
comes the commissioner.
Taken 13th overall. If it does come down that way, has no pressure to play. Amazing.
With the 13th pick in the 2020
Wow.
draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback.
Wow.
So this is the first.
Holy cow. Ty Simpson going to at 13.
Now we know why Ty Simpson agreed to be at the draft.
What do you think the Cardinals and the Jets are thinking right now?
Oh man, I don't know about them. I'm wondering what the Steelers are doing now.
A Stafford replacement, Josh Bement says. Keegan says it's an awful pick. Glenn Ritter says just crazy. Yeah, I mean,
this feels a little bit like the Stetson Bennett pick.
Don't you think that they could have traded back though?
I feel like they could have definitely traded back. I don't think anybody before the Steelers was going to pick him, unless none of those teams wanted to trade up at all.
Yeah, I just think that's I mean, obviously it's a reach, but just nobody wanted to trade up to 13.
I'm still here. I'm going to turn my camera off for a second. I got something in my eye, but I'm still here.
No, you're right. But they just couldn't find a trade partner apparently. So yeah, we see the second quarterback in this draft come off the board in Ty Simpson. So Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson. Let me go ahead and pull up his little draft profile here. Ty Simpson out of Alabama, 6'1", 211. And Ty Simpson, I think a lot of people thought that he was going to be a second-round player, and he ends up going in the first round at 13. They see Matt Stafford's backup here and Ty Simpson and an eventual replacement when he decides to hang it up. But he threw 21 touchdowns and only one interception in his first 9 games before he threw only 7 touchdowns and 4 picks in the final 6 games. So good first half. Second half, got a little bit rocky there too for Ty Simpson. I think he's, obviously that final stretch hurt his draft value, but the evaluations that the Rams have on him is they wanted that 5th year. They must not have been able to find a trade partner to trade down is the only thing I can think of here.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, like, I wonder how long they've been sort of keyed in on him quietly, because he got offered. Mm-hmm. I can confirm right now that he got offered over $6 million to come back for a 1 more year in college to transfer, and he chose still to go to the NFL. And some people thought he made a mistake there. Then he agreed to go to the draft live, and a lot of people thought that was a mistake, that he was going to sit there and be the Shadur Sanders this year and be on camera pick after pick and not get picked. So it makes me wonder, how long have they, did they signal to him that they would take him? And has he known that, and they've just kept it very quiet?
Yeah. Josh Bement said 100% unless they thought Pitt would take him. Glenn Ritter says Jets and Cardinals are looking towards 2027. Yeah. Anderson says didn't see the pick coming. Mars Attack says I love the pick.
I still think there's a chance that
is your camera good? Your camera's still off.
Yeah, no, it's good. I just don't. I'm just trying to get my eye to stop.
Oh no,
bothering.
that's all right.
But I do think there's still a chance the Saints pick up on day 2 or 3 Garrett Nussmeier simply because his dad's on staff and see what happens there. But then if that doesn't work out for a starter between him or Shuck, I think they look at a quarterback next year maybe. But yeah, I think the Cardinals and Jets are definitely looking to next year. I mean, next year it's expected to be a very loaded quarterback class. So, and you never know. I think sometimes we hear that. I mean, this year was supposed to be a good quarterback class. It's just a lot of them went back for another year. Last year we were, looking at Dante Moore and DJ Lagway and Lenore Sellers and all these guys were supposed to be the top quarterbacks and they weren't. They all decided to go back and for another year. So, but you can only kick that can down the road so far. So eventually we are going to have another loaded quarterback year.
Tom Pelissero thinks Carson Beck is going to be the third quarterback selected as early as tomorrow. I've also heard possibly even in the first round if a team wants the 5th year and like the Jets or the Cardinals trade back in, Carson Beck from Miami could be that pick.
Yeah, I could
third
see
one. And it looks like Baltimore has their pick in.
All right, let's see Jesse Minter's first pick as a head coach.
So Ravens, here we go.
I'm a big Jesse Minter fan.
I don't know this is as much for the commission as it is for Baltimore.
In the 2026
Makes sense.
NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Olai Babenga, Yowane, guard, Penn State.
Well, I tell you what, I definitely was not pronouncing his name correctly, and nor am I going to claim that I have the ability to do that on a consistent basis. But they go ahead and they go and take the big guard out of Penn State. Thoughts on that pick?
Yeah, so to Mars Attacks in the chat, you got to remember the new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens has been the defensive coordinator for Jim Harbaugh for the last 4 years. 4 years, 22 at Michigan, and then followed him to the Chargers. So, I mean, Yowane was definitely a Chargers lock if he dropped there. But I'm not surprised at all that one of a new head coach who played under Jim Harbaugh and John Harbaugh goes with the guard here. So
yeah, it gets a good starter for a long time. They had some issues last year with injuries on their offensive line. They get a big guard that didn't give up a sack at all over the past 2 seasons at Penn State in the Big Ten. So that's significant. They get a starter right off the bat. And they want a.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great pick for them. I think it's a great pick.
Josh Bement says, what's wrong with Bain to be dropping? Ruben Bain dropping in this draft right now.
So there's 2 things. One, has been said in the chat a couple times, T-Rex arms. I mean, it's stupid that an inch or 2 on arm length is that big of a deal. But historically, if you look at the production on paper, it does make a difference. There is a threshold of arm length that the NFL wants on offense and defensive linemen. And there are outliers that buck the trend. But for the most part, that threshold of arm length has been a very accurate indicator of NFL success for linemen. And at the combine, Bain measured with historically short arms for an edge rusher. That is a concern for a lot of teams. I think that he got a little bit of that back at his pro day, but then it's which one do you trust? The other issue, and this is kind of crappy that it came out because it's not a new thing. It's something that's been known for a while, but somebody re-leaked some old information where I forget the details. Was it like a car accident or something that he was at fault for that injured somebody or
Mark, you ready to come back?
This was years ago, though, and so to bring it up a week before the draft is kind of a shady thing, in my opinion. But unfortunately, it probably is affecting his draft stock.
All right, guys, just real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and take Iwana off here, but let's take a look at this right now. So these picks that are possibly available to the Vikings here coming up, and this is just one of the images that I made before you guys jumped on here, was who do we think the Vikings are going to take at 18? So all of these players are available right now. Caden McDonald, Peter Woods, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Dylan Thieneman, Kenyon Sadiq. We're getting closer to 18. And Glenn Ritter says, well, this is sure Kenyon Sadiq will be available at 18 now. I don't think it ensures it. You know, we still got Tampa Bay here that could select Sadiq here. But yeah, I mean, this is we're getting closer to the Vikings pick, and it'll be interesting to see if they like Thieneman or Sadiq, or do they decide to trade back to get a Warren, a Peter Woods, or McDonald? It'll be interesting for sure. Mars Attack says Bain is a human T-Rex. Melvin Ingram recreated. I hope the Lions don't take Bain or McCoy and grab Freeling, is what Keegan says. Mark, you just jumped back. What are your thoughts on what's been going on, and maybe what will be available for the Vikings coming up? Sounds like Tampa Bay's got their pick.
And your biggest surprise. Now, this could be Kenyon Sadiq.
I think this will be Sadiq here at Tampa. I think they're going to be looking for that receiver. They lost Evans, bring somebody in like that. So, yeah, that's where I'm at on that one. I like the Baltimore pick. Sorry, I know we're just getting caught up, but I like the Baltimore pick, and I'm agreeing with everything you guys were saying on the T-Rex arms for Bain. I think that's unfortunate. And like you, Eric, you had mentioned the car crash. I think somebody might have been killed in it. I don't remember exactly what that was, but
yeah, I mean, it is what it is, and I'm not trying to downplay it. If somebody got injured or died in it, like that's a tragedy. But it felt like a hit job to his draft stock, for it to suddenly resurface out of nowhere years after it happened, a week before the draft.
Yeah. Yep. Why wasn't that brought up during the combine and all of those other places that?
Well, the teams already knew about it.
Yeah,
the teams already knew about it.
Yep.
It just wasn't public.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was public. It just wasn't in the public.
Here comes the commissioner.
All right, real quick shout out. Hey, Josh, thanks for joining.
With the 15th pick in the 2026
Okay.
NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain Jr.
There he is.
All right, Ruben
So
Bain Jr.
more than likely,
the
both
T-Rex is gone.
More than likely, both Thieneman and Sadiq will be there for Minnesota.
Josh Bement says Bain. There he goes, and that's kind of what we're looking at here. So Ruben Bain Jr. off the board. They're thinking BPA here, and Tampa Bay gets another good defender off the edge. He's 6'2", 263 pounds. Ruben Bain Jr. again played in the national championship with Miami. He had 9.5 sacks last year for the Miami Hurricanes. So, yeah, he's got below 31-inch arms is what we're talking about here with these T-Rex things. But he's a violent defender that can get to the quarterback, and he's a pass rusher, and that's what Tampa Bay is looking for in Ruben Bain Jr.
And I mean the arm length thing, like, it is a big deal because in the one-on-one battles with offensive line, defensive line, being able to hit your opponent first can a lot of times give you the upper hand in that in the leverage there. There are ways to train around it to where you don't have to rely on having that first contact, but it's just the exception to the rule. So it is a factor, but it's not like they can't work around that.
Yeah, he was very successful in college, and I think he will be successful in the pros as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a great pick. Being down here in Florida, I'll get to watch him play, on a week-to-week basis. So it'll be fun.
Mars Attack says, heard his arms are so short he only wears slip-on shoes because he can't tie the laces.
Well, and I will say, like,
Chuckles.
it seems like every year there's an offensive or defensive lineman with the short arms. So it feels like we're kind of moving away from that because you're starting to see guys on both sides of the line that are being successful with the shorter arms. So I wonder, how that's going to trend over the next 3 to 5 years, because like I brought up earlier, Will Campbell, offensive lineman for the Patriots, also shorter arms. So if Will Campbell gets matched up against Reuben Bain, is it a
it's a wash,
right?
And I forgot to put this on here. Who went to the Baltimore Ravens again? Sorry.
Ioane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Oliva Venga.
That's why I didn't have it down here. All right. Well,
I think
I'm
the
gonna do
Jets
this for a hot second.
I think the Jets. Who do we think they're going for now? Maybe Jermod McCoy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with McCoy. They need a pick, so this is the pick.
McCoy or Lemon, maybe. Or if they don't like the injury with McCoy, maybe they go Avion Terrell here. I definitely think it's going to be either defensive back or wide receiver, and I don't think they're going safety. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
Well, we're getting closer to the Vikings pick, so the Lions are going to be up next after the Jets. And do we trade back or do we stick and pick with Sadiq and Thieneman still on the board? Or, that could be the perfect scenario to where there's some teams wanting to jump up as well.
If both of them are still there, which they should be.
Yep.
If they could get a trade back to just a couple picks, like 19, 20, 21, that area, then take it because you're still probably able to get one or the other. But I'm not trading back with farther than that with both of them on the board. I'm just taking the enemy.
Sure. I mean, we have the commissioner coming out here now. Hold on one second.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I did not see that one.
No, me either.
There you go, Joe. So they're going 2 tight ends here.
Okay.
So they got Mason Taylor, and now they add to the tight end room with Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon. So, wow. So Kenyon Sadiq off the board. Josh says no. That was Josh's guy. Sorry, Josh.
So interesting thing here. This came up in the draft that I did recently with Rap and Brev, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Freeling is here, and Keegan wants a tackle for the Lions, but Penei Sewell has requested to move to left tackle now that Taylor Decker has gone. Monroe Freeling has only ever played left tackle. So I'm not sure if they're going to take a tackle here. I wonder if they would reach for Blake Miller or look to trade back to potentially pick up Blake Miller or Max Ihanashore later in the first round. Or do they think that they can move Monroe Freeling to left tackle? But as a pure right tackle, Blake Miller or Max Ihanashore would be a better fit for the Lions than Monroe Freeling, even though Freeling has a bigger upside. So do they do that, or do they pivot to a different position? They could go C.J. Allen. They need a linebacker. They might go a defensive lineman here. Maybe Messidor. I could see Messidor being the guy that they put opposite Hutchinson. I've talked to a lot of my Lions friends here in Michigan over the past couple of years. The feeling is that the Lions window is closing. They've got this year, maybe next year. So Messidor is a little bit older, but he comes in with a very high floor. And one of the biggest things they've been missing is a complimentary pass rusher for Hutchinson. So
that's an interesting one. I hadn't thought about Messidor. I was going Freeling here.
I think Freeling's the best tackle on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But with Sewell, basically, he's not demanding a left tackle move, but he's effective. They're not going to tell him no.
Yep.
He played left tackle, right tackle because they had Taylor Decker. They're not going to tell him no. So
Keegan says, please not McCoy. So McCoy is still on the board. Now, if they go Freeling and we still see Thieneman and we still see McCoy on the board, what do the Vikings do? Do we trade back or stick and pick one of those two?
I personally would take McCoy. But
What do you think?
I think I value corner way more than B-Flow does.
Mm-hmm. I would go McCoy as well.
Okay, so
if he's available for the Vikes.
Is there a trade coming? We're getting really close. Are we going to hear that there is a trade for Grenard?
I have a feeling we're not going to see the trade for Grenard until we draft an edge. I think you're going to see us draft an edge and then trade Grenard.
Interesting, yeah.
And if I can...
So maybe it happens during the night before round 2?
I think it probably happens tomorrow night because and this might be a little bit of a homer take here, as when I did the mock draft with you and Brev, my guy, Michigan Wolverine, Jayshawn Barham, is, in my opinion, the best replacement, not for Grenard, but for Van Ginkel. And if you do the math here, if we trade Grenard, Dallas Turner moves into that Grenard role, and opposite Van Ginkel, if we draft Jayshawn Barham, who's played off-ball linebacker and edge rusher and has the same kind of ball hawk instincts that you see from Van Ginkel, how much longer do we think Van Ginkel is here? 2 more years? And then when that eventuality comes, you've got his replacement right there. So that would be my personal preference. Regardless, whoever they go with for an edge rusher, I think if we're trading Grenard, they want to get the next guy before they push the button on the trade.
Keegan doesn't want McCoy. He says, please not. Trade back, maybe. I'd like to trade back and get a defensive tackle myself personally. It'll be interesting to see what the Vikings do here. I don't like taking McCoy with the whole knee situation, that potentially being something to where we end up with an injured player, and that's what we wasted on our first-round pick. I'd rather have somebody.
Well,
that's the knock on Caleb Banks, right?
But did you see? Well, hold on though, because McCoy's a little bit different. So his tape that from the previous year was insanely good, and if you saw his pro day, he doesn't look like he's injured anymore.
No,
he looked incredible at his pro day. So if he's healed, if the team doctors sign off on him, McCoy would be my preference for a pick. But again, I love Brian Flores and I love his scheme, but for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like he values cornerback. So
here come the Lions. And number 17, Vikings up next.
Sorry, Make-A-Wish is my jam. I love this.
Same.
During World Wish Month. Tonight, you all have the opportunity to help grant an unforgettable wish. I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick
I told y'all.
in the 2026 NFL
Yep.
Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Well, there it is. Blake Miller, tackle out of Clemson to the Detroit Lions. So a tackle is off the board. That means Thieneman's available. That means Peter Woods is available. Caden McDonald's available. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is available. So we have plenty of options here. Jamard McCoy is available. So a lot of options. I mean, this is, depending on who's the trade partner. If you like all those players and you still like Avion Terrell as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually changed my
Trade
tune on
back
Terrell.
a few picks.
So I take McCoy or Thieneman here, but I would also be fine with trading back to the early 20s, taking EMW or Keldrick Falk, or trading back to the mid to late 20s and looking to snag either Caden McDonald or Peter Woods. I'm fine. I would be fine with any of those. What I don't want them to do is from 18 pass on McCoy and Thieneman and reach for EMW or Falk or McDonald.
Yeah.
That's what I don't want them to do. But I'm okay with those picks if they trade back.
All right. So I gotta say this because we're here. So everyone on the chat right now, let's see some W's. Let's see some fire.
Oh wow!
Your boys. Your boys.
The pick is in already. He's on the stage.
The Vikings. Here comes the commissioner. Here we go, guys.
With the 18th pick in the 2026
What?
NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end, Florida.
All right, I give you the floor on the wow. Yeah, he's my 51st player.
Yeah, I don't like that. And this is what I said earlier. I don't trust KOC doing this.
Nope.
All right, guys. Well, there it is. It's defensive tackle Caleb Banks out of Florida. Your Minnesota Vikings select him with the number 18 pick. And initial thoughts, I think we're all kind of surprised. He broke his foot at the combine. So at least doctors had said that he expects to be ready by June. Early July. He should be back and fully healed and be able to get back with team activities. What's our thoughts here at 18? I thought we would take a defensive tackle. I thought we would trade back, and that pick would be either McDonald or Peter Woods. But the Vikings stick and pick and take, at least before the injury, what was thought to be the top defensive tackle in Caleb Banks.
Go ahead.
Being a guy down here in Florida, I watched Caleb play a lot. I got a lot of Gator fans, so we watched a lot of the games. I was impressed with him watching him. He had some moves. He had some motor. He's got a low center of gravity. It's hard to move him off that line, and that's the need. I wish we would have traded back.
Yeah, so I have two problems with this. One, I don't think we should have taken a defensive tackle here. We should have traded back. I think it was a reach. And in this case, I think it was the wrong reach. And it's not because I don't like Caleb Banks. I actually love Caleb Banks. But I do not like big men with foot problems.
Right.
I don't think that that's a good combination. I think that's a bigger red flag, in my opinion, than Jamon McCoy's injury or Jordan Tyson's injury. A big man having to support weight on an injured leg, an injured knee, an injured foot, I don't like it.
No.
I if we were going to go defensive tackle, I would have preferred Caden McDonald. I would have preferred Peter Woods, and I much preferred trading back from here to do it. I don't not like Caleb Banks, but I don't like this pick.
Yeah. I'm seeing everybody. The grade drafts tomorrow is going to be a C or a D for the Vikings.
Well, the Vikings select Caleb Banks at 18, and the chat's not exactly happy with it. But I agree with you with where you're at, Eric. As far as I think it was a reach to take him here, just with how many players were on the board, or Ethan McDonald and Peter Woods that I don't think are that far off of Caleb Banks when he's healthy, or potentially even better. And, this was an opportunity for us to be in a position. I don't know what was available, but I have to think that we had the ability to maybe trade back later in the first round and get one of those three guys yet, maybe even still Caleb Banks, and then acquire and pick up a second or a third round pick and add to the coffers to where we can, make this team a little bit younger and better quicker. And I hope that we're still able to somehow acquire another pick in day 2.
Yeah, I don't understand this because, you could have found a trade partner, even if you just got, like, you get into the late 20s, right? And even if you only got a 4th round pick along with it, you still very likely would have had at least 2 of the 3. And maybe I'm wrong, but at least 2 of the 3 with Banks, McDonald, and Woods on the board at that point. Even if they weren't, there's Kedrick Falk is still on the board, who could be a defensive lineman, not a nose tackle, but I see him as the interior defensive end in a 3-4. Not the edge rusher that drops into coverage, but one of the 2 outside guys on the interior line. I don't know what that position is called. It's D tackle, but it's not a nose tackle. Anyway, I don't understand this. Like, even if you're not getting full value, you could have traded back, got some kind of 4th round pick or something, and still likely gotten one of those D tackles if that's what you really wanted. And again, I would have preferred McDonald or Woods here because of the injury issues. But I told you at the start, I thought KOC was going to mess it up, and this does not change my opinion.
Does it change your opinion at all on Rob Brzezinski?
No, because I figure he's more of a referee than anything. It's KOC making the decisions. Maybe this was to appease B-Flow, but
how much influence did B-Flow have on that pick?
Glenn Ritter says, I agree with Eric. How will a DT that size with an injury history be able to stay healthy? Personally, I think Woods would be a good fit in the Flores defense. I agree with that as well. I don't think it's a bad pick, like Eric was saying either. I just, again, I could have traded back, and I wanted a defensive tackle here. I just thought we could trade back and pick up another day 2 pick and still get our guy. That's all.
I like Banks.
Yep, I agree. Yep, I do too. Not that high.
Thought Kwesi drafting went with him. Guess not. Well, we'll see.
That's the thing, though. I tried to tell people, like, they're like, "Oh, it's going to be better because Kwesi's not here." Do you really think Kwesi was making the picks of his own opinions? He was taking the staff's recommendations, and guess what? The entire staff that was giving him those recommendations are still there.
Yep. So I was sleeping a little bit here, and I missed the pick. Monroe Freeling goes to the Panthers here. Their selection at 19. So Cowboys are now back on the board. And looks like I need to adjust some things here.
And we got a trade. The Eagles moved up.
What is going on here?
Oh, there it is. Eagles pick is in.
Well, I think that tells us that the Patriots are getting A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Makai Lemon comes off the board. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get caught up here. So Makai Lemon comes off the board for the Philadelphia Eagles.
See if I can find
trade at pick 20. And that's interesting that Dallas is trading with a division rival. and
Right.
then go up and get a receiver. Does that sound familiar? JMO, right? Sounds kind of familiar. So Mekhi Levin goes to, and I didn't think that was going to be a pick for the Eagles, but they are trying to move A.J. Brown, so there is that.
Yeah, I think that pretty much confirms that there's a trade in place for A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Matter of who will be interesting. I know we've heard the Broncos tied to him. You know, New England.
So
No,
I don't know if they'll announce it or not, but it's expected to be a June 1st trade, post June 1st trade for A.J. Brown to the Patriots.
All right, so let me get caught up on our board here. So now we're at pick number 21, and as long as there are no other trades, we got the Steelers that are coming up. So what do we think real quick on the Steelers, and then we can kind of go back to the Vikings here.
I thought the Ty Simpson one surprised me. I mean, you'd asked about which one surprised me the most.
But they do have Will Howard.
Yep. I just meant that Ty went so early.
Yeah. You know, I do think that they like Will Howard and that they want to give him a shot after Aaron Rodgers is done. I do think that that's their plan right now, is to groom him and for him to step up in that position. So Steelers, you're on the clock at 21. We'll see. I mean, their needs as far as what the Steelers want to get in this draft, they need a running. They don't need a running back anymore, but they do need, because they picked up Rico Dowdle, but they do need a guard. They do need a tackle. Monroe Freeling's off the board. Blake Miller's off the board. You know, could be Max Inacre. Could be a pick here.
I think wide receiver. I think they go Concepcion. I'll just put it out there.
So they picked up who was it that they picked up here this offseason that I'm thinking of?
They picked up the I always forget his name, the Colts receiver. They traded
Pittman. Michael
Pittman. That's right. I forgot about Pittman.
So now that Pittman's there, I don't know they go receiver here.
No, you're right. Sorry.
Maybe they take Ihanashore here.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm
where
I'm
Keldrick
at, maybe,
Falk.
but
maybe Keldrick Falk,
or maybe they just say, hey, Dylan Thiedemann, we're gonna go BPA.
Yeah,
I would say for them, Falk is probably BPA.
All right, let's go back to the Vikings. We got Caleb Banks now. You know, he was the pick. I think we can all agree that we think that we took him a little bit early, right? So I think that's kind of where we're all at, Caleb Banks. But, you know, it's still early. We'll see how it plays out as far as on the field. He's going to be healthy. We'll see what that looks like. Now, Caleb Banks coming in this lineup with Jalen Redmond, Levi Drake Rodriguez, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, and Elijah Williams. Does he break into that rotation in year one? Does he start?
depends on how quickly he heals.
I don't know if he starts week one. I think he'll be starting by the end of the year. But I think now, you know, watching how they handle this draft, was Kwesi really the problem?
Mars Attack says Lemon's high as crap right now. I think the Steelers go with Cooper. Crazy division rivals trade. I agree.
I think he's talking about the Eagles and Cowboys.
Yeah. Eagles.
Yeah.
So Pickett's in for the Steelers, but anything more on Caleb Banks?
Like I said, I watched him. If he can get healthy and stay healthy, I like the pick. I think it was more of a pick for need than BPA.
Yeah, but I just feel like And the reason I leaned towards going safety or corner here, I really like the round 2 and 3 D tackles.
Yes, I agree, 100%.
And there's only one safety I really like on day 2, and that's AJ Halsey, which I hope we get him now. But I just felt like you take Thieneman or McCoy here, and then you look to get Lee Hunter or Daryl Jackson Jr. or Dominique Orange or, a guy like that. And I think he would be every bit as effective of a nose tackle as Caleb Banks.
Yep. No, I agree with you. Right.
All right.
So who are you? So now that we've got that pick, who are you guys? We got 3 picks tomorrow.
Yep.
Who are your ideal picks for tomorrow? For me, it would be Halsey and AJ Halsey and Mike Washington, and probably one of the centers like Hector or Slaughter.
You and I are on the same page, but depending on what happens with 49, hold on one second. Let's hear the Steelers pick. But depending on what happens for me, let's see who's on the board, and if we can slightly trade down at 49, pick up a 4th, I'm okay with that.
Committed to growing the game of football and celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field. Congratulations to each of you. We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journeys. The last time I introduced the Steelers' first-round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ihanachour, tackle, Arizona State.
So that's kind of who I was thinking they might go with, even though, again, that's a guy I think that they could have traded back and still got.
I don't think it's as much of a reach, honestly.
Sure, but I mean, it's a need for them. I just think that that's who, made the most sense, and they went and got him.
Yeah. I mean, that's who when you asked me a minute ago, that's who I said, right?
You did as well.
I think I can't remember. I think that's who I said that I thought they'd get.
Yeah, that's who I said that they would get, and you agreed with that.
I was the one that was wrong, and that's okay.
All right, so let's talk about the Chargers, because Mars Attacks is here because he wanted to hear our thoughts on the Chargers.
Oh boy, he's a big Charger fan, huh?
He is. He absolutely is.
Sorry, I'm just writing down this pick here real quick.
No, you're good. I'll be honest. Using my knowledge of what I know Jim Harbaugh likes, and Ioane's not here. I don't see another good offensive lineman for him to reach on unless you're going to go all the way to Caleb Lomu, which I don't hate. But I would say if I'm going to predict what Jim Harbaugh is going to do here, I think he's going either EMW or I think he reaches for a wide receiver like Denzel Boston out of Washington.
Well, guys, we got another guest that's going to be joining us here in a second here, and I'm just going to bring on the screen in just a second. Hold on one second. Let me find something here.
The pick is in, too. Cooper would also be a fit for Harbaugh, but for some reason, I think Harbaugh would really like Boston.
I'm trying to look for that.
I think I agree. He's a Harbaugh guy.
All right, let me go ahead and bring him on. Let me switch to my 4-person. All right, we got NFL Outdated that's with us and wearing his Bears gear.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to the Bears at 25.
Yeah.
With how the draft is falling so far, who do you think your Bears are going to go after?
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of projecting edge, but I mean, you still have a couple safeties available. Obviously, I'm sure you've talked about this already. I was surprised the Vikings didn't go safety. I'm not necessarily sold on Thieneman. I haven't really looked into him. I mean, that could be a pick. McNeil Warren could be a pick, but I'm thinking, if Mesidor's there or a guy out of Missouri, I think the Bears could go edge. But it's really kind of fallen for the Bears, kind of how I think they'd hope when you talk about like our needs and best available. I am pleased with how it's kind of falling, actually.
Now, Commissioner's coming out. We'll wait until after this pick's announced for the Chargers here, but all right, that's just...
Oh, there's Mesidor. Oh.
Wait a second here. Well, we know now.
Sorry, am I a little bit ahead of you guys?
A little bit ahead.
Sorry.
All right.
That's interesting. I don't hate it. The thing that surprises me the most about this pick, I didn't really view the Chargers as a team that needs to win now, and I think that if you're picking Akeem Mesidor here, you think you're a team that needs to win now. Mm-hmm. So that's what surprises me about this pick.
That's an interesting question. I mean, you don't think the Chargers are in win now mode? I mean, I feel like with their quarterback, I mean, it's kind of like, to me, it's either put up or shut up for him, I think.
I can see the logic in saying that they're a win now team, but I personally think there's a little bit of a difference. There's a couple degrees of separation between we need to win now and it's a prove it year for the quarterback. I think that those are very close, but I kind of viewed it as more the latter than the former. But I don't hate the pick.
Yeah, Mars Attack says he doesn't mind that. And we won the draft. Let's go. So he likes the Mesidor pick for his Chargers. All right. So real quick, now that you're joining us, I know you got the Bears perspective, but looking across a couple states, looking at the Minnesota Vikings and what we did at 18, what are your thoughts now that we are sitting with big Caleb Banks out of Florida, 6'6", 327. He's coming off of that broken left foot, but apparently that's going to be healed up by June, July, ready to go in camp. And what are your thoughts on your division rival taking Caleb Banks?
Well, we talked about this a little bit on my podcast last night, and just and maybe you have a little bit more insight to this. It was the kind of the three-headed monster, like who were gonna be making the picks here, and obviously I think this. You look at it and who has the stronger voice in the room. I mean, it has to be your defensive coordinator, right? I mean, and obviously, when you look at building a team, it's been proven that you build through the trenches, and so obviously, I feel like the Vikings have done more with less in the past. In the past couple seasons, obviously with the fantastic defensive coordinator. So now adding like just a beast. I don't know a ton about him, but I mean, he's going to be a beast right in the middle. Obviously it's not the sexy pick, right? And it's not the pick that, maybe you thought. But, maybe there are a few safeties kind of later on in the draft, and maybe they're hoping that they get a safety later on, and they can just kind of get the beef up front. So, obviously it's the trenches. So, I mean, that matters.
I like building in the trenches. I just think at least I think Eric and Mark are on the same page that I am. I just think that we could have traded back if Banks was our guy, because you took him at 18. So Banks is obviously your guy. If he's your guy, I still think that they could have traded back later in the first round, still got Banks, or at least, I guess if you're saying you're settling for McDonald or Peter Woods, either of those three are great picks, potentially just as good, if not better. But if Caleb Banks is your guy, I still think you could trade back, pick up another day 2 pick, and still get Caleb Banks. That's my biggest criticism with the pick.
Well, in kind of like, outside look in, obviously you hear that a lot of people wanted to trade back because this is kind of like 18 to 25 or whatever. It's just kind of like there are a lot of players that are kind of in that same mix. So maybe they probably did try to trade back, but I think enough teams were good at kind of just standing pat where they were, because there are enough players that are in that same kind of mix where obviously the Bears have had issues in the past with drafting, and you just if you have a guy, go get your guy, and evidently I think they saw this as their guy. But yeah, I was wondering, like, even if the Bears would end up trading back 25 to 30 and get Caden McDonald, he's a solid pick too. So, for whatever reason, obviously we're not in those rooms, but they liked Banks, over some of these other players. But, it's got to be tough when you're in the 18 because to get value to trade a few spots back. Yeah.
Josh Bement says, he only played 3 games last year. Reading up on it, it's been a lingering thing, breaking his foot multiple times since 24. And that was kind of my biggest thing with Jermon McCoy, is I didn't want to take a player that's got injury concerns here with our first pick. Well, we did that, but yeah, I mean, we'll see what it looks like. But that's my biggest.
I've seen people bring that up here in Rap. Shout out Vocal Bike in Rap's Discord just now, but like, I don't think that's a defense of the pick, because that kind of proves the point. It's been a lingering thing, and that's why I don't like lower body injuries on offensive line or defensive line guys, because it seems like it's always a lingering thing. And if you're going to reach on a defensive tackle, I just feel like McDonald or Woods would have been a better reach. And if you don't like them for whatever reason, then why not go defensive back here? And then look, like I brought up earlier, you got Dominique Orange, you got Lee Hunter, you got Daryl Jackson Jr., all those guys.
Here's the Cowboys pick at 23.
That's crazy.
All right, so Malachi Lawrence, UCF edge, goes off the board at 23 to the Cowboys. Does that do anything for your Bears?
Big reach.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, people are saying it's a reach. I don't think it was as big of a reach. If you have any sort of, if you're tapped in anywhere the last like week or so, there's been a lot of smoke about Lawrence moving into the first round. So this doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think this happens in fantasy football and in the regular draft. Like, if there's a run on a certain position, and it's a high value position, you go get your guy. And, so that's why, obviously it might lend to the Bears actually getting their guy edge as opposed to a safety or another defensive back or even defensive tackle. So, all right, so
Malachi Lawrence, so he comes off the board again out of UCF. He's an edge, big guy, 6'4", 253. He's got some long arms, fast, So Malachi Lawrence, he's he's gonna go to the Cowboys, wear the star, and I don't really have much on him. I didn't exactly watch a whole lot of his tape. But he's quick. He ran a 4.52 yard dash and at the 40 at the combine. He's got a 40-inch vertical. He had 60 pressures over the past 2 seasons. So, they get an edge rusher going to the Cowboys. I don't want to say the Micah Parsons replacement, but they get another piece to add to a defense that really struggled last year, that they're trying to improve after bringing in Quentin Williams and doing a trade with the Jets.
I watched. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say they went from one biblical name to another biblical name.
Yeah. Again, being down in Florida, you get the local games, right? So I got to watch some of the UCF games, and he does have that quick first step. I mean, he's got some speed to him. So I'm okay with the pick. You know, like you said, you're looking for that position. That's your need. Go get your guy. So I think he'll be all right.
I would say something here about the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't really think, and I've thought this for a while, I don't know if they know what they're doing, right? They've got an older quarterback in Dak Prescott, and they get a young, they're trying to get younger. So what are they doing? I mean, and George Pickens, are they going to just let him kind of walk or trade him? I thought they would have gone Mekhi Lemon at some point. So I don't think they know what they're doing. Obviously, it's proven on the field as well. I think Jerry Jones thinks he's smarter than he is, and that's getting in the way of them, you know, getting back to the playoffs or the Super Bowl.
I'm just trying to get caught up here.
Let me ask you a question. I brought this up on a podcast the other day when we were trying to do a first round draft. And with the Bears, I do think edge is like sort of the chalk pick, right? But I brought up, I felt like last year y'all had a lot of problems in the cornerback room. Is there any chance they look at corner early today or tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. We had so many injuries with that. We had another guy that was, I mean, we had several people injured. And so I think we're set at corner. But obviously we got Kobe Bryant at safety. We need another safety. And so that's, I think they're comfortable, you know, who we have on the quarterbacks. I mean, that's a great question. But yeah, like looking at the Bears, let me go to the,
so you think they'd be more likely if they were going to go DB to look at EMW or Thieneman if they're there?
I do. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Let me.
Yeah, I just remember like the Bears games I watched last year. It just felt like the corner room was a bit of a struggle for y'all, which is something that I definitely feel that pain over here on too. So
we're familiar.
It was just something that came up in conversation. I just wondered your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so we had Tyreek Stevenson was out. Za Frazier is another pick that we had a couple years ago that was injured, and so he may be expected to come in. It looks like he may be helping with a nickel back, but I mean we have you know, some players there, you know, maybe even later on. But you know, I fully expect, you know, either edge or safety. I mean, obviously those are the two main picks, but who knows? I mean, maybe the Bears go offense if there's somebody there, but.
The pick is in for the Browns. Any fear you're going to get sniped here?
Real quick, I think the Browns are looking at either C.J. Allen or maybe Omar Cooper here.
I think Omar Cooper.
I'm going to go Cooper.
Omar Cooper is who I think the Browns go with here.
The only reason I say C.J. Allen is that, remember, they did lose Devin Bush to the Bears. So,
all right, here comes the commissioner for the Bears pick. We're stressing out a little bit if we're the Bears. Here come the Browns.
Right.
All right. I will not give away
I didn't
my.
step on it either.
Okay. I don't hate it. It just means they were looking more slot.
Yeah.
All right. So KC Concepcion, if we take a look at our mock draft we did before we got going to the Browns, we had KC Concepcion going to the Browns at 24. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think we were far off on that. We thought a receiver because Omar Cooper Jr. was off the board in our mock draft we had before. We had KC going to the Browns, but apparently they like KC a little bit more than Omar Cooper Jr. here, which is a little bit surprising. But that's you know, that's who the Browns go with.
Maybe they have more faith in Judy than I do.
It's the Browns.
Right. They're not exactly a model organization out there, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know,
all right. I'm going to try not to.
I'm sorry. Wrong sounder for the Bears.
No, I'm going to try not to kind of. I'll wait on my my reaction until.
Who do you think the Bears are going to take here now?
I am thinking the edge out of Missouri.
Really?
Or
Okay,
either
so-
either
Cassius
Keldrick
Howell
Falk or
is on the
Zion
board.
Young. Zion Young
Okay,
or
wait a
Keldrick
minute.
Falk.
Do you guys run a 3-4?
I think we're at a 4-3.
4-3.
I think Keldrick Falk is better in a 3-4. What about Cassius Howell though? He's still on the board. And TJ Parker?
CJ Parker, yeah, I mean that's another name. Peter Woods, those are the names. Obviously, whoever fits kind of what they're needing, but okay, the pick is
If it's a 4-3 edge, I would probably look at Howell or TJ Parker.
They're taking a safety here.
Yeah.
They
I
did
was
lose
hoping
two
they would get a-
safeties and Byard and Brisker, so
I think
Well,
I was hoping they would get
Cinnamon.
I was hoping they get a safety at 57, and his nickname would be the Condiment because he covers everything.
Oh man. All right. Well, while we're waiting, so the Bears coming up off of last, you guys had quite a few losses over this offseason. Do you feel like you got better, worse, the same? Do you feel like you're ready to go to try to defend that NFC North title after free agency happened?
Yeah, absolutely. The losses were actually not as great. So like when you look at the defense and this Dennis Allen defense, they want to get quicker, and that's obviously what they did with Kobe Bryant and also Devin Bush. It just, obviously we had pieces that were there, but just obviously a lot of injuries, but just kind of mismatched pieces. And so I think defensively, and Jalen Johnson's going to be, 100%, by the time the season starts as well. He wasn't toward the end of the year. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for, obviously, another year, Caleb in the Ben Johnson offense. So I think with some of the players that we lost, it was addition by subtraction, and obviously, building through the draft here as well. So I think we probably need some type of running back, maybe in the second, third round as well, just to continue to build that on depth as well. So
how do you guys view Monangai as far as a future back?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's a bruiser, and I think, but you kind of need that mix, and I think that's the difference. We'll see if Swift is kind of a long-term answer, but I think you need someone kind of more in this Swift mold. And, we may be able to get someone like, later on in the draft that kind of fit that and kind of, work into the starting lineup as well. I think the Bears do need to get like a center at some point as well, to kind of work them along for the future as well. Because, as you know, Bradbury is suspect at times.
No, I mean, I thought the signing of Garrett Bradbury meant you guys were going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh yeah, that was the last piece. That was the last piece. We
That's all
don't
you
even
need.
need a draft. We don't even need a draft.
Real quick, just because I think we need to make sure we do this before the Bears pick. Just a reminder out there, if you're not already following Vikings Playbook, make sure that you follow us on YouTube. Once we get to 250 followers, once we get there to 250 subscribers, make sure you set your alerts. I have a planned giveaway for our YouTube followers, and that is this Jordan Addison autographed, certified Minnesota Vikings jersey, which I will be giving away to one of our followers once we hit 250 subscribers on YouTube. And guess what? I have plenty more where that came from as we continue to climb the ladder and grow the brand of Vikings Playbook. And I will also be doing that for Fantasy 15. So if you don't follow fantasy15football.com, please make sure that you're doing that. We also have some Bears jerseys. It's like Colston Loveland, Peanut Tillman, Lance Briggs.
I was going to say, watch out, that Addison jersey is going to go fast.
Devin Hester. So I got some individuals.
Colston Loveland's the one Bears jersey I'll wear.
Well, solid.
If you're interested, please make sure that you're following Vikings Playbook.
I can get away with
Commission's
because I'm a Michigan fan, right? Like I can get away with the Loveland jersey.
All right, here's the Bears selection. Commissioner's coming out.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well,
got the safety. Got the safety. Thought was going to the Vikings.
Yeah, everybody was mocking Dylan Thieneman to the Vikings.
You don't think Thieneman's going to have a chip on his shoulder twice a year to prove why the Vikings messed up not taking him?
Yep.
So,
although it was weird, they showed him kind of like standing amongst all the other players. He looked a little bit short. I mean, so I was a little bit worried about that. But there you go. We got our safety.
All right, so your guy Dylan Thieneman is going to the Bears. 6 foot 201. He was running.
Okay, so he's 6.
Yeah. So he was running a 4.3 at the combine. I think it was a 4.39, roughly something like that at the combine. But Dylan Thieneman, he's going to be. You lost a couple of safeties we talked about in Brisker and Byard. So he snagged 6 interceptions. Because he was over in Purdue in 2023 before he ended up with the Ducks in 25. So he's a little bit of a ball hawking safety that plays better in the box, I feel, than he does in coverage. It was a 4.35 40 is what he ended up running. I just think the issue with Dylan Thieneman, and maybe that the Vikings had too, is he has he needs to work on flipping his hips and getting back in coverage, and has a propensity of sometimes getting burnt with that. So there were some comparisons to Harrison Smith as far as playing in the box and his versatility. But I mean, as far as a knock on him, that's really the only knock I have on Dylan Thieneman.
I think the issues with him playing in the box and not deep, I think that's more Oregon's scheme. If you go back and look at his Purdue tape against Big Ten teams, he played deep safety coverage just fine.
Yeah, I mean that's just the knocks that I've seen and other scouts have seen as far as if you're gonna criticize something about Dylan Thieneman's game, that is the one thing.
Yeah.
I figured this would be a Dennis Allen draft. Last year was a Ben Johnson draft offense, so I figured there would be defense, and 57 will probably be defense as well. Obviously depending on who is there, but yeah, I mean. The defense got better. It needed to quicker. I like this pick.
Just getting ready for the next pick and comments. Josh Bevent says, I wanted them to grab Winfield Jr. and Hamilton in previous drafts, guessing he will turn out like the other two.
Good.
The next Kyle Hamilton.
I hope that doesn't end up happening to us again, but there's always Minnesota luck that sometimes happens for us. But Dylan Thieneman going at least to your Chicago Bears, and sounds like you're fairly pleased with that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think he would fall, and that's why I was thinking McNeil Warren. Because there are some safeties later on that are solid picks. So the fact I think that he fell, it really was the best player available.
And Buffalo Bills.
Because then you look at some of the other players like Zion Young. I mean, that maybe is a reach. Maybe Zion Young will be around at 57, or maybe they trade up or whatever. So I'm glad. They didn't go like reach for an offensive tackle at this point. Obviously, a lot of them went already, but I'm glad they went for defense.
So we have a trade, and the Buffalo Bills have traded out of the 26th pick, and we now have the Houston Texans that will be selecting at 26. So I don't know the exact details of it. I'm sure Kinetic's looking it up right now. But
I mean, I don't know here because I had the Texans taking either Pregnon or Lomu, but they would have been able to get either one of those guys at 28. So I don't know what they're doing.
Well, trading up for where they're at. I mean, is it possible that they're looking at, somebody like
wow? I think that's a massive reach.
Oh, I missed it, but
that's all right.
Rutledge, Georgia Tech. Sorry, guard.
That's a Patriots pick right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was updating some graphics.
I don't hate Rutledge. Like I did hear some first round smoke about him, but like I just feel like the Texans could have gotten him, Pregnon, or Lomu in 2 picks.
Yeah.
Why trade up?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I got to bounce, guys. Definitely appreciate you having me on. We'll definitely. I'd love to collaborate in the future.
Man.
Thanks for inviting me.
You see the name Kinetic 615 there. Every social media platform. That's my name on there. So feel free to reach out, man.
Oh, perfect. I'll try to follow you here. So
we'll
thanks
get you
again, guys.
Again here in the future, and love to come on and collaborate with you guys sometime too. So thanks for taking the time.
And I may be coming to the Vikings training camp again this summer.
Okay.
So
awesome.
you got to make it a regular thing. So
I mean, you got to go check out the competition, right?
Well, and I did tell
George
up there with
a handheld camcorder.
I actually snuck into the tent this year. It was nice. I did tell George McCaskey at the Bears training camp that the Vikings do have the best training camp of the division, and I was not lying about that. I do love the whole setup for the Vikings and everything on training camp. It is
beautiful.
It is. Yeah. So all right. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks for coming in. And please go check out at NFL Outdated. You can check them on YouTube or you can check them on X, NFL Outdated. Thank you again.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
See ya. All right. So we now have the Dolphins that are on the clock at 27. So I'm just switching that out here now too. And 27 for your Dolphins. What do we think that we do here, Mark? What do you think? And 27 for the Dolphins.
I wasn't even prepared for the Dolphins to move into that spot to think about what their needs are in here.
I got to switch up my my picks now that we had a trade that happened with the Bills and the Texans. So, and they went with.
Did they take McCoy here?
So Keelan Rutledge, they went.
So they took Proctor earlier. I think they take in.
And that's a trade with the Niners. So the Niners are out of the first round. They trade back to 30.
Mm-hmm. 30, I think. So the Dolphins probably McCoy or EMW, maybe Terrell. Or I mean Cooper maybe. I mean they do need a wide receiver.
Sorry, who's just updating here?
I'm going to switch up and go with Terrell. I'll go out on the limb and say Terrell. I'll just pick one. I think quarterback. I think they're going to realize they need help on defense with not much of an offense left.
So now that we have a switched up draft order, so what's going to happen after the Dolphins and what we have left is we have Chicago Bears took Dylan Finneman, Houston Texans just took Keelan Rutledge, and then Miami, then it's Houston, then the Chiefs, then the Niners, Patriots, and Seahawks to round out this first round. We'll see if we have some other guys that jump on here yet. I know that there's some other guys that are at draft parties, like Bro Ohioan plans on jumping on here, and possibly getting Dustin Baker here for some reaction. Maybe Ali Siddiqui possibly joining on a little bit later. So, and I know that D Woods and Rapp might even stop by. So we got some other people that are coming with reactions here coming up. But yeah, your Minnesota Vikings took Caleb Banks at 18. They did not trade back, and they stuck with their pick and took who they think is their guy out of Florida, defensive tackle. The reactions that many of us had here was, hey, if that's your guy, we maybe took him a little bit early. We could have traded back and still got that same player if he's your guy, or someone of a similar value at Caden McDonald or Peter Woods at defensive tackle. But Dolphins are selecting commissioners out, and here's the pick for the Dolphins.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NFL
Okay.
Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson, defensive back, San Diego State.
So Chris
Interesting
Johnson,
that he goes before McCoy.
yeah, and Chris Johnson, he was projected to be a second-round pick, possibly even there when the Vikings pick next at 49, but he's off the board. San Diego State, he goes to the Miami Dolphins here. I actually thought that it was possible for Miami to possibly take a look at Omar Cooper Jr. here. But, they go corner with Chris Johnson, very capable cornerback out of San Diego State. Any thoughts on Chris Johnson going to Miami, Eric?
I mean, I really like Chris Johnson. I had heard whispers that he might move into the first. I didn't honestly believe it, just because McCoy's still there, Terrell's still there,
right?
Colton Hood. I personally, Brandon Cisse. I personally have them not far above Chris Johnson, but I do think that they're above him on my board at least. So maybe I'm wrong, or maybe this is a big reach, but it's not because he doesn't have talent. I don't think it's a huge gap between those guys and him. So maybe the Dolphins see something in him that they specifically like.
No knee concerns like McCoy. There was another trade. Patriots traded in.
Wow.
So the Buffalo goes back again. Sorry.
Omar Cooper, I think here.
What does that do with the AJ? What does that do with the AJ Brown trade?
Well,
opens up Denver. But yeah, I go with Omar Cooper here as well.
They want weapons for Drake May.
Yeah, and again, this was the in division because that was Buffalo moving back. But back to the corner, right? Johnson, I liked him as well. I didn't, those top three were neck and neck to me.
The problem with Chris Johnson is that he played in the Mountain West. He didn't play against NFL caliber receivers. And when he did play against NFL caliber receivers in the Senior Bowl that he played in, he didn't look great.
The Bills, who just moved down twice. So the Patriots with their first pick, the AFC champion Patriots on the clock. No more.
With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft.
Okay.
The New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu. Tackle, Utah.
One of the true like tackles in this draft. I really like Caleb Lomu.
I did too. I think it's a good pick.
Hey, and I just want to for a moment be a homer. Shout out to Michigan's new offensive line coach, Jim Harding, who is the one that developed both Caleb Lomu and Spencer Fano at Utah.
That's cool.
2 first-round picks in this year's draft.
Man. All right, so let's take a look at Caleb Lomu while you guys are talking about that with Utah. They've really developed a really good program out there in Utah that's been really consistent for quite a few years now. It seemed like they were like the little guy, but Utah has really developed themselves into a premier program in the FBS. And it's really impressive what they've done. You just think probably even 7-8 years ago, Utah was like an up-and-comer. You thought they were maybe, there for a one-stop type deal, but they've really turned themselves into a premier FBS program to where every year I think they're churning out not only quality talent, but they're a competitor.
Mm-hmm.
So they've really become a really good program for sure.
Yeah, and now at Michigan we've got Kyle Whittingham, we've got Jim Harding, we brought over Jason Beck, we brought over a lot of their offensive coaching staff, and Jim Harding was like the one when we hired Kyle Whittingham, that Jim Harding was the one that everybody was like, we've got to bring him over. We've got to bring him over. He's the best offensive line coach in the country, and it's hard to argue with his track record of getting guys drafted.
Yeah.
All right, so Caleb Lomu, big guy, 6'6", 313. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about Caleb Lomu except for, that guy, he goes out, he does his job. Yeah, that's a big dude. He's an athletic big dude. So, yeah, bookend tackle. That. Drake May, they're trying to keep that guy clean, and that's how you do it in the trenches. You build in the trenches, give him more time in the pocket, and hopefully with
they got Campbell last year, so this is the other
bookend on the right side. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely protecting him. And if the rumors come true about AJ Brown coming in,
and they can always move Campbell to guard if they need to, because again, short arms. So
true.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a good job in investing in your quarterback by protecting him and in picking up Caleb Lomu. I like that.
I like the pick too. I mean, we talked about it before the draft started of building the trenches. You got to protect May, and I think that's a good. Put him out there. You got to start her for a while.
I don't know what just happened with my my view here, but I hate it. I'm not sure what I just did. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. All right. So, on the clock are the Chiefs. They have their pick in. Who do we think the Chiefs are going to go out after here late on? They ended up getting their corner early.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs at 29. Let me see who's available.
Do they take Cooper to give Mahomes a weapon?
Well, I mean, maybe this is a Keldrick Falk position here.
Yeah, Falk here, yeah.
Avion Terrell could be an option, but they already took a DB. Or Omar Cooper Jr. Yeah. Omar Cooper Jr. or Keldrick Falk. That's kind of who I'm going to go with here. Those are the two guys that I think I'd be gunning for if I'm the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, let me see. 1 second. I got to catch my... Okay. So they took Mansour Delane.
Yep.
Honestly, okay, I mean, they could go Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Cooper doesn't. I mean, maybe they do, but Cooper doesn't feel like a Chiefs receiver to me. I'm wondering if they go edge here with Howell or Parker.
I mean, you keep having problems with Rashee Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he just got cleared on his problems.
Again,
or I mean, on his last, he just got cleared.
But you know what
I
I'm
feel
saying.
like if they go wide receiver, they might reach for somebody like Jeremy Bernard, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe they go Cooper. Cooper doesn't feel like a Chief to me.
Sure.
Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not like I'm dialed into the Chiefs or not.
Sure.
Here comes the commissioner.
So let's find out together. Falk or Cooper is my guess.
With the 29th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods.
Peter Woods.
Clemson.
Wow.
I thought they were going edge, but still D-line. So.
Yep.
Well, Peter Woods, Clemson, he's off the board, and one of the players that I really liked as well. So,
Oh wait, the Jets traded up to 27. So the Niners traded out of the first round.
I did not see that. The Niners should be at 30, aren't they?
They just traded it to the Jets.
Oh, okay. Did not see that.
It just popped up on mine.
So the Jets got edge and tight end. McCoy. Maybe they're trying to catch the following McCoy. Or Cooper. I think it's McCoy or Cooper for them.
Yeah, the 49ers get number 33 and 179. So they're out of the first round for the 49ers.
But they'll get the first pick in the second round, I think.
Second.
All right. Well,
second
Jets
pick.
On the clock, huh?
No, first pick. You're right. Never mind. I was wrong. I can't count tonight.
You're fine.
$30. Jets. We're almost done. We got 3 more picks here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'll probably drop out after the draft to make room for the guys that are going to come on for review. My back is killing me right now.
That's all right. You've been a trooper, sticking with it for almost the entire show. So
you see that guy's glasses?
Oh, what the heck? Yeah,
he's a Packers fan. It says we don't even have a first round pick.
That's great, dude. Is that like a headband?
It's like an LED like headband, or I don't know, because he's got to be able to see. I don't know. That's hilarious.
Dang, I missed it. I switched to ESPN.
Yeah, it's a Packers fan sitting like in the front row. He's got like Star Trek like sunglasses on, and it's LED. So across it, it's
that's
like
awesome.
Banner. It just says we don't even have a first round pick.
Wow, that's funny. But yeah, I mean,
there you
go. Did they go wide receiver?
I haven't seen the pick.
Omar's
yet.
still there.
He's walking out right now.
Yep.
I think it's Omar.
Garrett Wilson says, "I need help."
I think it's Omar or McCoy.
With the 30th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr.
There we go.
There he goes.
All right, so Omar Cooper Jr. comes off the board, and he is now the other wide receiver 2 behind Garrett Wilson for the New York Jets. And, Geno Smith has another weapon for his comeback tour with the Jets.
Wow. So the Bills, man, they have a pick of a nice pick here of any of their needs. Yep. They could go with CJ Allen. They could go with Pregnon. They could go with McDonald. They could go with EMW, any of which fills a major need for the Buffalo Bills.
I feel like the Bills should go with McDonald, and I think that's one of the struggles that the Bills have had.
Or even Keldrick Faulk, because, again, they're moving to a 3-4.
They need to go defense.
Yeah.
In my opinion. They're starting to turn into a little bit of like the Cincinnati Bengals, where they can put up the points, but they can't stop anybody.
Right.
And yeah, so I mean, if I'm them, that's what I do. But Omar Cooper Jr., I can't believe he lasted this long. I really thought that he would go off the board in the low 20s, but here we are. He ends up becoming a New York Jet, which hopefully, he has a little bit better future than a lot of Jets that end up going there. But Josh, but man, are you streaming any of the rest of the draft? Yes, we are. We're going to be going throughout the entire draft, Josh, and then I have some other guys that are going to be popping on as well here yet for some reactions after the draft, potentially as well. And I'll be talking about some different candidates for round 2. But as we're sitting around for the draft, let's look at some of these draft needs and what we have for the remaining picks. So first round, we had 17, 18, 25. Green Bay didn't have one. So the next pick for your NFC North is going to be the Minnesota Vikings at 49, who pick right before Detroit, and then 52 for Green Bay, and then 57 for Chicago. But your Minnesota Vikings, it's nice to see a lot of picks instead of only seeing 5 picks that we had last year to start the draft. So at least a little bit better scenario. We took a defensive tackle, so we still have needs at running back, safety, center, wide receiver, still a need for us. So definitely something to take a look at. We saw Chicago take our, at least the mostly more mocked draft target that we've seen, Dylan Thieneman, going to us. And then if we take a look at what happened in round 1 for the Detroit Lions, they took tackle Blake Miller, and Green Bay is still waiting to make a pick. But as you look at this with the amount of picks and the team needs, what are your thoughts right now with what we still have remaining with the picks and our team needs for Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, for me, ideally for me, it's exactly what I mentioned to you earlier is what you're showing there. We already got defensive interior. So the top picks for me, if I had my way to have the board fall to us, would be round 2, we pick up AJ Halsey. Round 3, with our first pick, we look at a running back with Mike Washington. And then center, there's like 3 or 4 centers that I'm actually okay with. But again, ideal pick for me, as much as I'd love to have a center with the name Slaughter, I got to say, I think Sam Hecht is probably the best center that could possibly be there at our pick. So if Hecht is there, I go Hecht. Otherwise, like I said, Slaughter.
I think
Logan
Lou will
Jones.
be gone before 97, but
yeah, Logan Jones, and then there's another center that I'm not.
Coogan. Pat Coogan.
No, not Coogan. I think Coogan's just a slight step lower than those guys. There's another one though.
I think that's out of
Connor Lew, Auburn.
Oh yeah, I mentioned him already, but he'll be gone before
Titans
97.
Yep, Titans actually traded in and commissioned on.
Before the Titans pick, congratulations, you set a record for the first night of the draft. 320,000 people here tonight. Congratulations, Pittsburgh. Awesome. With the 31st pick in the 2026 NFL
Okay.
Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Keldrick Falk, defensive end, Auburn.
So Keldrick Falk comes off the board. And he finally comes off the board. He goes to the Tennessee Titans, who traded up at this pick, and Houston Texans trade out completely in the first round. So they've traded 3 times now in the first round. So that was kind of surprising. But yeah. Any thoughts on Keldrick Falk out of Auburn?
I like Falk. I feel like he's a little bit of a tweener. He's kind of bigger than your average 4-3 edge rusher, kind of smaller than your interior defensive lineman. So I think he really fits in the best in a three-man front as the other interior lineman that's not lined up over the center. I forget what gap that is. I sometimes get them mixed up. I don't know if it's a 3 gap or something. But I think he fits a 3-4 position where he can flex in and out off of the end of the line over the outside shoulder, inside shoulder of the tackle into the guard. And I don't know what the Titans run, so I can't say if it's a good fit. But I think I like Keldrick Falk. I'm just interested to see how he fits there.
Sure.
Yep, I agree. They couldn't have said a whole lot more than that. Exactly where I was thinking about it. Be fun to watch him.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your.
Nah, it's all good.
I'm just trying to finalize. We're down to our final pick with the Seattle Seahawks before we start analyzing all these picks all together and start taking a deeper dive into round 2 and 3 for day 2. But we're waiting for Seattle to make their last pick. So as we're doing that, I'm actually just doing a quick roundup of all of our picks for a graphic here real quick. So we can kind of round out everybody here. Okay, I need to make that bigger, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here.
No, you're fine. I'm just watching the Keldrick Falk highlights that they're showing.
Same. Like that ESPN had him lining up in the middle on one of those, out on the edge.
Yeah, it's just weird because like he's fast enough to play on the edge. He just doesn't quite fit the edge rusher, like the full archetype. But he's not big enough to be like a nose tackle, so it's kind of a tweener there. I kind of, again, Michigan Homer comp. And I don't think it's a direct comp skill set, but we had a similar player with and now I'm forgetting his name. Defensive interior went to the Bengals. Help me out here.
Oh,
he's a junior. His dad played.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. It's Keegan would kill me if he's still in the chat. Chris Jenkins. Sorry, Chris Jenkins. He was a similar sort of like tweener build. Now it's easy enough to use those guys. Like you can find a spot for them. So I'm not saying that he's like a bad player or anything. It's not like a Harold Perkins situation. It's just he's got to be in the right scheme with a coordinator that's going to use him right. So with the Seahawks here, I kind of want them to like make a splash and pick Jadarian Price, but I don't know. They might go corner here.
I do too.
They might go corner. I mean, you got McCoy, you got Hood, you got Cisse all still there. But I think it would be cool if they took Jadarian Price here.
So the pick is in.
Commissioner is starting to walk out there, but no, not quite. I just saw somebody on the stage, but it wasn't him.
Well, let me get my final graphic here ready for the Seahawks as I'm doing all these other things in the background. All right, got the Seahawks up. Here comes the commissioner. Final pick.
Such a screaming need that sometimes it just fits. And this just seems to be the one for me right here. Because remember, Charbonnet is coming off a knee injury late in the season, so he may not be ready to go.
And the Super Bowl MVP.
Kenneth Walker is gone.
As we conclude round one of the 2026 NFL Draft, we're proud to continue recognizing our long-standing partnership with Make-A-Wish.
Another one. Another Make-A-Wish.
I'm thrilled to be joined by Dylan, a huge fan of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who bravely battled a brain tumor and is now a two-time cancer survivor.
Wow.
This is a wish come true for Dylan and a chance to take part in one of the most exciting moments in our league. Dylan, when you're ready, stage is yours.
What's going on with Pittsburgh?
Whoa.
I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion.
And with that, with the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft,
the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh boy. Well, yeah.
I've been calling that all night. I actually did that on the draft with Rap and Brev the other night. With the Seahawks pick. I thought they would trade back
Incredible.
from here and pick him,
I
but
did too.
maybe there wasn't a trade to be had for him or to move back. They still go get their guy to replace Kenneth Walker. I love it. The biggest question for me with Jadarian Price, the biggest question, and it's not even like saying he can't do it. We just don't know because can he pass protect?
Right.
We don't know because they never asked him to because they had Jeremiah Love. So that's the biggest question. But on the flip side, he's probably top 5 kickoff returner already in the league.
Wild.
That was a good pick, I think, and you get the rookie, 5-year, if he pans out, instead of waiting to trade back. So the only 2 running backs picked in the first round this year are both from Notre Dame. That's interesting. I like the pick. I actually saw some mock, I don't know, a few weeks ago where he actually fell to the Vikings at 49. And I wouldn't have turned that down.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to bow out. I need to go lay down a little bit, but if you want me to hop on the next couple of days, just let me know. I'm happy to jump on with you. Follow me everywhere at Kinetic615 on social media, and I haven't actually started doing like regular videos, but Skull Blue Sports is my primary YouTube channel. I'm gonna start doing Vikings and Michigan stuff more often soon. Just trying to get the disability thing handled first. So.
Sure. And like I said, I really like doing pods with you. So this is only the second time. So for sure, keep in touch, and I'd like you to come on more often if you can.
Yeah. Anytime you got room for me, let me know. And most of the time I should be available unless I'm at physical therapy or something like that. So.
Sure. Make sure that you send that information, donation stuff. Did you already?
Yeah, so I put it in the private chat. If you can see the backstage chat. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. If you want to share that out or put it or link it on your videos. Like I said, I need a little bit of help if possible for the next like 30 to 60 days. Hopefully, could get the approval notice literally any day now. And then it's just waiting for the disbursements to start. So, and then I'm going to start scheduling the surgeries. So got a long road to go, but just need to get to the disability. And again, thank you to anybody who watches this video that has contributed in the past. I mean, or that will in the future. I can't express how much it means.
All right. I'm just putting in the chat right now the link to his GoFundMe. I'm going to put it on the screen as well, too. So if you'd like to help out Eric and his ongoing disability needs and help him with a little bit of money while he's going through this process right now, I went through ahead in chat, and I'm also putting it up here now for you as a banner as well too.
And as people have asked me in the past when I've posted that, if there was a way that they could give without going through GoFundMe, because GoFundMe takes a cut of it. If anyone asks, you can have them shoot me a message on X or Discord. Again, it's at Kinetic615. I've got Cash App and Venmo that people have contributed that way, and it's still at Kinetic615 on both of those. But they feel free to message me. Even if people just want transparency, if I feel like if people are donating, I owe it to them to give transparency. So I try to give updates and answer any questions people might have as far as what I've got going on and what I'm using the money for, stuff like that. Absolutely have no problem with that. So,
well, I definitely appreciate you sharing that with us. And if you're able to help Eric, again, there is the GoFundMe, https://gofund.me/4CD4719F9. So please, if you're able to, go check that out and read up on what Eric has going on and give if you're willing and able. And appreciate Eric, you sharing that with us and coming on here and doing an awesome job hanging in with us almost the entire draft night of our stream. So it's been a long one. It's been a good one, hanging out with you and getting some draft analysis from you as well too. So
and I'll be watching
some of your takes. I like it.
And I'll be watching the entire draft over the next couple of days. So again, if you got room, if you want me to come back on, just shoot me a message and I should be available. So.
Absolutely, Eric. Yeah, I'll be working tomorrow, so it's going to be hard for me to jump on during the draft. But absolutely, I'm going to have some reaction Saturday night. I'm still having my stream, my regular stream. We're still going to be going here for a little while yet, but 9 o'clock
I may go live.
9 p.m. CST if you want to join us.
I may go live over on Skull Blue Sports tomorrow night, especially if you're not doing yours. So if people want to watch along.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead and make sure that you tag me in that on
sure.
and I'll go ahead and share that to my followers as well too.
Okay.
But if you want to join me on Saturday, we'll be doing some recap. That'd be great. 9 p.m. CST. But yeah,
happy to.
Thanks again, Eric.
Appreciate you guys. Everyone in the chat. Have a good night. Skull.
All right, Skull.
Thank you. See ya. All right, we're still going to be staying here, so stick with us. Mark and I are still going to be discussing what the Vikings did and what the rest of the draft looked like tonight. Let me just get rid of that Seahawks banner there with their pick 31, and let's go ahead and take a look at what the finalized draft results looked like. These are the picks all the way through 32. So again, your Las Vegas Raiders had the number 1 pick, Fernando Mendoza. New York Jets went with David Bailey. Arizona, they come out and snag who's widely considered the best player in the draft with Jeremiah Love. Tennessee Titans with Carnell Tate, which I think was a big surprise and, arguably maybe a reach, but they thought that was a need for them at 4. Arvell Reese falls to 5 with the New York Giants. Mansour Delane to the Chiefs, who traded up to go get him. Washington Commanders get Sonny Styles. Saints get Jordan Tyson. He goes early. And Cleveland Browns get Spencer Fano, tackle. New York Giants also get Francis Mariota. So there's another tackle that goes off the board. Dallas Cowboys go and snag safety Caleb Downs. Miami Dolphins get Caden Proctor. Los Angeles Rams surprised everyone by taking Ty Simpson at 13 as the future replacement for Matt Stafford. Baltimore Ravens, they go ahead and take Ione. And then Bain Jr. falls all the way to 15 in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, there's, talk about his arms being short, but he finally goes off the board at 15. New York Jets, Kenyon Sadiq goes to the Jets, and the Detroit Lions take tackle Blake Miller as they're trying to protect Jared Goff and rebuild their offensive line. Minnesota Vikings, they don't trade back. They stick and pick and take Caleb Banks. So even with the concerns that defensive tackle out of Florida, he broke his foot at the NFL Combine. The doctors think he'll be healed in time for camp in June or early July. But Caleb Banks is your pick for the Minnesota Vikings. The biggest discrepancy or complaint that I would have is that I think we could have traded back and still got Caleb Banks, Peter Woods, or McDonald. Monroe Freeland goes to the Panthers at 19. The Eagles get Mekhi Lemon. Pittsburgh Steelers go ahead and get Max Ianker. Chargers get Akeem Mesidor. Cowboys get Malachi Lawrence. Cleveland Browns go out and get another weapon, maybe for Shadur Sanders, Casey Concepcion, and Chicago Bears get Dylan Thiedemann, who is widely mocked to the Minnesota Vikings, falls all the way to 25. Like Mark said earlier, maybe some revenge games probably in his future, trying to show the Vikings what they maybe missed out on. Houston Texans take Keelan Rutledge, and Miami Dolphins get Chris Johnson, who is thought to go in round 2, but the cornerback goes in round 1, number 27. And the Patriots take Caleb Lemieux. Chiefs go and get Peter Woods, who I really liked out of Clemson, defensive tackle. Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver, goes to the Jets to give another wide receiver option for the return of Geno Smith, opposite now of Wilson. The Titans go and get Keldrick Falk, and the Seahawks rounded out with surprising Lee going and taking a running back. The second running back to go off the board is the backup to Jeremiah Love. So Jadarian Price, who the Vikings and a lot of fans had either mocked at 49 in round 2, ends up going at 32 in round 1 to the Seattle Seahawks as a replacement to Kenneth Walker III. All right, and that rounds out our NFL draft night as far as the picks that were made tonight. Mark, what were a few things that maybe stood out to you in the draft?
The one I'll just go kind of the biggest surprise I thought was the Rams taking Ty Simpson. I think they could have waited till the second round to get him, but again, you want him, go get him. That to me, I mean, I understand Stafford's just about done. It's not a bad thing to draft him. Is that any different than the Packers taking Aaron Rodgers? Not going to compare him to Aaron Rodgers, but
yeah.
You go, well, it's not really a need, but I think the Rams, they're in the tough NFC West. I think they could have used somebody else to help them with that spot versus somebody that's going to sit on the bench for them this year. That was my biggest surprise. The more I thought about the Vikings, like we talked about, absolutely, I think we could have got him 4 or 5 picks later. But I know, like we talked about during the process, I don't think there was probably a trade partner there to trade back within that spot just because of the way the draft fell. I would have preferred a defensive back, but I don't think Flores likes him. He doesn't like the first round defensive backs. You can see that in his history. So if he can get healthy and stay healthy, I think he'll be a solid right in the middle defensive line. Because like we talked about before the draft started, you got to start in the trenches. So build from the trenches, and I think that's a good spot. Those are the couple of standouts for me.
I got a few people that are messaging me here, so we might have some guys jumping on here in a little bit. All right. Yeah, so we'll see. I might have a couple guys here jumping on with some post-draft reaction that we're at some draft parties, and we'll kind of see what some of their reactions are. While we're waiting for that, let's take a look at some of our picks again in round 2. So again, round 2, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at pick at 49, and then in round 3 we have picks at 82 and 97. So, again, we took that defensive tackle. We still need a safety. You still need a center. We still need a running back. We still need maybe a wide receiver. And, the jury's out on whether or not we see Grenard. There was a supposed leak of whether or not there was a trade to the Eagles. I haven't seen anything officially on that, but that could be out there as well yet. And then when we take a look at the Vikings and maybe some of their day 2, day 3, and undrafted free agents. These are individuals that the Vikings have met with. So these are people that they're interested in. And, so if we start looking at day 2 options that are maybe out there, if we're looking at a linebacker, which is a need for the Vikings, Jake Golday, Anthony Hill are there. Wide receiver Ted Hurst out of Georgia State could be an option late in the 3rd round. Jonah Coleman, if we're looking at a running back, is out there. Dazon Shribling, Dominique Orange is out there, but I don't think we're going to take another nose tackle, being that we already took Caleb Banks, so I think that's out. Same with Daryl Jackson. CJ Jannels, Jeff Caldwell could be early day 3. I think if Bryce Lance is available, even though he's not on this list, it could be an option for the Vikings. Malachi Fields could be an option for the Vikings. So again, day 2, that's kind of the names I would say that stick out. If we, Kinetic, Erica had mentioned it, Barnum from Michigan could be an option for us if Deshaun Barnum, if Grenard is traded, and we get an additional pick, that could be another option for us of somebody that we're looking at. Not on here as far as centers. Again, there's Lou, there's Slaughter, there is Logan Jones, there is Sam Hecht. All 4 of those centers are probably going to go in the 3rd round, possibly, if not early 4th for 1 or 2. But most likely all those centers are going to be gone in the 3rd round. So the Vikings probably have to take one at least at 97 if they're gonna nab one of these guys. Kinetic says he's still listening. Ryan says, don't do what Vikings fans do, is overreact to see if he proves us wrong. And he's talking about Caleb Banks.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. It's just my criticism isn't about Caleb Banks. My criticism is, why didn't we trade back, get another day 2 pick, and probably still get our guy, Caleb Banks? That's all I'm saying. If we take a look at the picks and who came off the board tonight, again, out of these guys, where are we? You know who I don't see on this list, who's still available in round 2?
Who's that?
McDonald.
Yeah.
Still available going into round 2.
I was surprised at that. I was just looking at
Peter Woods didn't go off the board until 29.
Yep.
Which probably means, the Vikings could have traded back with one of these teams because there were some trades. Houston Texans traded 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Buffalo traded, a few times in there as well to get all the way out. Just kept going down a couple.
Yeah.
I think they're, like you said, McDonald's out there. And what was the other one? Christian Miller. He was another one of the tackles, the defensive interior that would have been up there for me.
But they had opportunities here.
Yep.
And that's just all I'm saying is that there were trades that happened.
Yep.
So there were players that people wanted to go up and get.
Yep.
And we decided that we wanted to take Caleb Banks there, and I think that you could have traded back and still got him. All right, look at this. All right, so I'm gonna put this to the side. Brev, he's coming to us post draft, but live from Pittsburgh. We got Brevin Bain from Heavy.com and PurplePTSD.com, and also from the Social Network. Brevy, how we doing, bud?
We're tired. Our feet hurt. I really have to pee. I haven't peed in 14 hours, but we're doing all right, I guess. Sorry for the lighting. It's dark here in the suburb of Pittsburgh, wherever the fuck we are right now. But sorry for the cussing.
So Brev, you're there. Crazy energy, I'm sure. Did you do some of the like the pre-draft activities?
Oh yeah, we went. We saw. I'm with Dom, by the way. He's on the Social Network.
Oh, nice.
He's
What's up,
driving
Dom?
me around because he knows the town. But yeah, we went to the Tops thing. We went on the field, saw Hines Ward. Just kind of looked at all the shops and stuff like that, and a lot of it was waiting. Like, we were able to get to the very front of the Pat McAfee and like all the media row things. So like we saw Shefty, we saw McAfee, but it was really cool. Everything was great until the 18th pick got announced.
So now, before we get to the 18th pick, just kind of leading up to that, there was a couple of surprises. Okay, so first let's just start with Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals. What do you think of that pick for the Cardinals? I mean, obviously they get widely regarded the best player in the draft. Now with a crowded running back room, but obviously, James Conner's going to be on his last year there. They bring in Tyler Algier on a two-year, $12 million deal. But you can't deny that Jeremiah Love is going to be the future at running back for that team.
Yeah, and if I break up, just let me know because I don't know when I'm gonna gain a drop signal. But yeah, that run of picks there in the top 10, everybody was kind of like, whoa. It was pretty
yeah. Yeah, you're dropping, Brev. Yeah, just wait a second. We'll wait for the signal to clear up a little bit. Hey, Norris. Welcome and thanks for joining us. We'll wait for Brev to reconnect here. But Brev's coming to us live from Pittsburgh. He was at the NFL draft there. Incredible experience for him, I'm sure. Him and Dom are there in Pittsburgh. Brev, signal any better? You still there, Brev? All right. Well, I'm going to wait until I see him back on the screen here. I'm just going to take you off screen for a little bit until I see him maybe come back on, Brev. Wait for the connection to clear up a little bit. North says hello to Mark. Mark has been trooping with us. I think Brev's going to try to maybe reconnect here again. He's got bad reception going on right now, but at least a little bit of what we heard is an incredible environment. He got to do a lot of cool things, but does not sound that he was too happy with pick 18, Mark.
No, I agree. It was very much a disappointment in there. And I think it was the same reaction we all had. I don't think we're upset with the player, or the position.
Yeah.
It was just, there were the other options that we all believe were the bigger need, right? We all thought the defensive backfield needed more help. Yes, we lost, Allen and Hargrave, and yes, it was a big need, but trade back. And I'll come back to kind of go, maybe the trade partners weren't there, but when we were watching it sort of live, it felt like the Vikings pick went in real quick. It's like we didn't wait the 7 minutes to see if there were any trade partners, but maybe they've been working the phones to that point, trying to trade back,
right? And
just didn't find anybody. If that's the case, and we don't know,
it could be, and maybe the Vikings were asking for too much at that point.
Right.
It's hard to know.
I mean, that batch of players that were there. If you're going to let them in, we can.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get Brev back in here. We'll see if it's working here this time. Brev, can you hear us?
He's still muted.
Brev, you're muted right now. Is that better?
Hello.
Yeah, you're still breaking up right now. You're still breaking up, buddy. All right. We'll see if we can get him back here a little bit later. Two-Tone, thanks for joining us. Two-Tone says we'll see if he pans out or not. He's talking about Caleb Banks. Too early to say because I trust Brian Flores. Mm-hmm. Hey, Norris. Hey, Two-Tone. This is something cool I want you to check out. So, I know you guys are following me, and, if you guys can keep putting the word out, because once we get to 250 subscribers, and I'm going to be doing more of these, but really cool giveaway I have here coming up. Check it out. Jordan Addison. That's an autographed Jordan Addison. Right there, you can see it. And nice. That is a JSA certified jersey. And this will be going out to one of our subscribers on YouTube. Again, Jordan Addison. I won't name the names yet, but I have some other Minnesota Viking autographed jerseys that I'll be giving up to our followers and supporters of the Vikings Playbook as we continue to grow in our followers. So again, the first goal that we have is 250. Once we get to 250, there is going to be a Jordan Addison jersey that is going to be given away to one of our Vikings Playbook subscribers. So please make sure that you tell your friends. And if you're not already subscribed, because you don't subscribe to a lot of things, please subscribe if you want a chance to win a Jordan Addison jersey. Then, of course, tuning in occasionally when you can to the Vikings Playbook. So, and then another cool thing that I want to show you guys as well is we will be doing several of these card breaks, if you will. And kind of like a giveaway. And basically what I'm going to do is any of you guys that are live with me on the stream, at the end of the stream, what I plan on doing is a card break. And with the card break, what I plan on doing is those of you individuals that are in the chat, this is a 1 of 1 for an example of this card. So there's only one made of these. And when I open this up, basically you're gonna tell me what team you think this individual is from, and if you guess the correct team, I will be sending you this card. So I'm planning on doing that for all of my Vikings Playbook streams every Saturday at 9 p.m. CST. So make sure that you're tuning into those when you can. And again, those of you that are commenting and joining the stream, watching, and I'm going to ask for you guys to tell me what team that is. Just for an example, let's go ahead and do one. Why not, right?
Let's do it.
Let's do one. All right, so if you guys want to, in the chat, if you guess the correct team of the player that's in here, you guys will get this card. So Norsefius, Two-Tone, Mark, you can go ahead and take a guess too. Kinetic, if you're still on, Ryan, any of you guys, Josh Bement, if you're still on here, Mars, Glenn, what team do you think I have here? Who's in the card? Go ahead and put it in the comments.
I was going to say, I'll let them guess first. I got mine, but that Jordan Addison is cool. Is actually my wife's favorite player. Mm-hmm. And it's because her mom's maiden name was her last name was Addison. So that's her player. So
wait, we're maybe gonna try again with Brev. I don't see video yet, so that concerns me. But right, Brev's maybe just trying to do audio.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Brev. I can't see you, but I can hear you, and that's okay.
Maybe that'll work.
There we go. All right, Brev. So it sounded like Carnell Tate. That was obviously a surprise as well. But what did you think of Caleb Banks when you heard that? My initial reaction was, why didn't we trade back? If Caleb Banks was our guy, we could have traded back because Peter Woods was the next defensive tackle taken at 29, and Caden McDonald didn't even get drafted in the first round. So if defensive tackle or Caleb Banks was our guy, why not go back 5 or 6 spots? Mm-hmm. And, in hindsight, you don't know where people are going to pick, but still, one of those 3 guys are going to be available, and we could have picked up another day 2 pick.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. Into today, I was kind of just going around. I'd tell Dom every, hour or so, oh my God, Dylan Thieneman really joins my team tonight, and I wasn't a big Thieneman guy. And I wanted anything but Thieneman, but somehow the pick made me more upset than Thieneman would have because I just completely forgot that Caleb Banks was a possibility. I'm sure it's a Brian Flores pick, and I'm sure maybe it'll work out. But for the moment being, especially at the time the end of the selection was announced, I was not happy. It was the next move.
Well, you're kind of breaking up on us again, Brev, but Kinetic says, Brev, I told you the Lions were taking Miller over Freeling, and I called the price pick to the Seahawks. He says, love you, Brev. P.S. Put some respect on JJ's name. Hashtag Skull. Conveniently, reception's not working, Kinetic. So conveniently, Brev, somehow technology's not working there at the moment. He is having some bad reception going on right now. But all right, hey, back to the card while we're maybe waiting for the next person.
I'm going Tampa Bay.
You're going to go Tampa Bay. Mark goes Tampa Bay. Two-Toned is saying Washington. Kinetic says it's a Jaguars card. Norris, you said Bengals or Giants. I need you to go one or the other. You got to pick one.
Do you say Bengals because that was the first one he put down?
He said Bengals or Giants. I'm gonna make him pick one. So Norris, if you want in on this, I need one team, or I'm gonna go with the Bengals. All right. He says Bengals. All right. So here we go, guys. I'm gonna make sure I do this live on this card break. So this is the first card break that we've done here. All right, so this is a 1 of 1 eclectic signature leaf. You only get this if you guess the team correctly. All right, so this is actually a college player that came out of here this time. And this is Deion Smith. So Deion Smith, and as you can see, this is a 1 of 1 card that it says right here. 1 of 1 Deion Smith, and if you're into collecting cards, you know how that goes sometimes. Sometimes you're scoring some really good cards. Sometimes you're getting some college cards that may or may not be worth a lot. Deion Smith turns out to be a really good player. Who knows? This could be a really nice find.
So if he gets drafted by one of the teams we guessed, does that count?
Yeah, so it's kind of a hit or miss thing with some of these cards as we're pulling out. But I plan on doing different packs, whether that be Panini Prisms, whether that be some Don Russ football, maybe some optics. Who knows? Maybe Immaculates. Very cool stuff that's coming this way. And again, the Jordan Addison jersey giveaway. Make sure that you're telling your friends to follow Vikings Playbook on YouTube. Once we get to 250, then I'll have the jersey break for subscribers that are on YouTube that helped get to that 250 that are in there. I'll do a random giveaway live. And then, guess what? I have another autographed jersey, and then another, and then another that I plan on doing as we get to some different follower goals. So I'm trying to build a Vikings playbook. Could definitely use your help. I appreciate you guys tuning in, especially some of you guys that have been loyal, tuning in, for multiple weeks now, especially yourself, Norris, Two-Toned. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully, Josh, we get you as a loyal guy here too. Mars, Glenn. I know Glenn's been here before as well too. So thanks for you guys joining us. Keegan was really active today as well. Appreciate you guys tuning in. It was a really long stream, but we got to do a lot of the draft together. Day 2, I do want to cover a quick day 2, guys, with you. I know, Mark, you're Eastern time, and it's pretty late right now.
It's getting late.
So day 2, day 3, we saw Jadarian Price go off the board at 49. This could be something that creates an issue to where now Mike Washington goes off the board a little bit earlier than we thought.
Yep.
So Mike Washington may not be available with that third pick that we have at 82. So at 49, I still think that it could be AJ Halsey. I do like that pick, just like Kinetic was saying. Yep. Going after our safety. So that could be something for us. Norris, it says catch you later, Steve. I appreciate you tuning in, Norris. Have a good night. Appreciate it, bud. But yeah, I think that's what we end up doing with that. And then in the third round, I think we have to get a center for sure with one of those picks.
Yep.
So center, safety, and a running back with those last 3 picks. I think that would be my priority, unless we trade back maybe with that 49 pick. Maybe we can pick up an extra one so we can get a receiver in there too.
Yep, could be. But I got to run, man. My back is also hurting me.
Nope.
So
I hear you. Well, I had a few other people I thought were going to join. I'll wait a few more minutes, but thanks, Mark. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. So if you want to catch Mark Anderson, who was on the podcast with us, you can also catch him with the Fantasy 15 podcast he does with me. And again, fantasy15football.com. Go ahead and check it out. We'll be tuning in with our fantasy football podcasts all season long as we get closer to the football season, fantasy football season. Go ahead and check that out. That's the other pod and the website that I own and run. And then Ryan, who was on here earlier, Ryan Jones and Mark are contributors with us as well too. Norris says, I don't think center is a priority. I mean, I don't think it's a priority right away, but I think with that last pick in the third round, if we want like a Logan Jones, because we don't have a fourth round pick after 97, our next pick is 163. So if we're just sitting with 3 picks, Pat Coogan's your next option. You got to hope he's still on the board when we get to our 163 pick. That's all I would say there. Blake Brandel, I think, is starting the year at center. If not our center this year, before next year. That's just my opinion on it. And we'll just kind of see how everything kind of shakes out for that. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any other people that are able to join right now, and it's been a late stream as well too. So I think I'm going to go ahead and call it at this point. Again, Caleb Banks was our pick at 18, and I think we're going to have some success in round 2. We got more picks, so hopefully we're getting some good quality potential starters in this year's draft. Caleb Banks at 18. So again, I think we could have traded back and got some more value in an additional pick, but that's not what we did. But we'll still see how it works out. We got to hope Caleb Banks, his broken foot heals back good, and he comes back to be a good, solid contributor, maybe yet this year in 2026 as a first-round pick. So with that being said, again, make sure that you're following us, Vikings Playbook, on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. If you want to win that Jordan Addison jersey, make sure that you're tuning in. Two-Tone, Norse, thanks for joining, hanging in. Keegan, appreciate it. Yeah, my voice. I've been sick and battling through, brother. But yeah, I'll definitely do that. It's been an over 5-hour pod here, and I'll definitely be doing that. But be tuning in. Card breaks. I'll be on Saturday at 9 p.m. CST this Saturday. We'll be doing some more analysis. I'll probably have Kinetic back on with us and maybe some other guests for some analysis as well too, and another card break on Saturday. So with that being said, thank you. Thank you to Purple PTSD for helping support me and putting out this podcast as well too. Thanks for you guys, the followers as well. So with that being said, this has been Vikings Playbook. This has been the NFL Draft 2026 and our draft coverage here at Vikings Playbook. Remember, your Sunday starts here with us. And as always, guys, until next time, Skol Vikings. Have a great week. Thank you.